Good morning. This meeting is now called. Good morning. This meeting is now called to order. I'd like to ask everyone to please stand while the Carrollton Police Department Honor Guard presents the colors.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
And we'll now have the invocation by Carrollton Police Department's Chaplain, Bill Lovell.
Madam President, I bring greetings from the Carrollton Police Department, our police chief, all the officers, as well as all the chaplains who serve the department. We'll be praying for you today.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Gracious Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to get together. We thank you for all that you have done for us in the state of Texas to keep us safe through the hard work and selfless service of countless police officers and department staff and employees, correctional officers, deputies and sheriffs who serve our state. Lord, this weekend we have been reminded that this is a costly and difficult job. We thank you for the 36 police officers and law enforcement officers, peace officers in our state who were remembered before you. We remember also, Father, that just this past week, yet another great Texan, another hero in blue, Officer Kyle Hicks, a Corpus Christi police officer, also died in the line of duty. Gracious God, we thank you for these heroic men and women who serve our state and keep us all safe through their work and diligence. We pray for them and ask you to bless each one of them and their families, loved ones, and friends. And gracious God, we pray for your special blessing upon the meeting today of the commission. We pray that you'd give them wisdom and discernment to know what to do, and then courage and strength to do it. We pray in your name, amen.
Amen. And you may be seated. And Chaplain Lovell, we appreciate you traveling here from Carrollton to be with us today. Thank you very, very much. Thanks to Commissioner West for the pledge, and I want to recognize the Carrollton Police Department Honor Guard. We have Sergeant Thomas Powers, Officer Rodney Stovall, Officer George Colazzo, and Officer Sean Finley. Would you join me in a round of applause for the fabulous job? Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you also for traveling from Carrollton to be a part of the ceremonies last night. Thank you very much. And Ms. Fott, would you please conduct roll call?
Commissioner Kim Lameau,
Here.
Commissioner Jason Hester,
Here.
Commissioner Patricia Burris, Commissioner Jana Adkins,
Here.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths,
Here.
Commissioner Mario Liscano,
Present.
Commissioner Justin Berry,
Here.
Commissioner Connor Harvey,
Here.
Commissioner Justin West.
Here.
Thank you. I have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Well, I'm going to keep my opening remarks very short. This morning, I want to thank all of you that are joining us here today for the April 29th Texas Commission on Law Enforcement meeting, both in person and online. We appreciate you being here with us. I also wanted to thank all of you that came down last night for the ceremonies at the Texas Peace Officers Memorial. Very, very moving ceremony. As the chaplain said, we honored and recognized the officers that were killed in the line of duty and gave their lives. But I want to give a shout out to Gretchen and Sarah and all of the staff that assist each and every year and throughout the year with that event. It was just, couldn't be better. And I know that the families very, very much appreciated it. I want to thank Chief Eve Stevens with the UT Austin Police Department for hosting us here today. As I said, I'm going to keep the remarks short because we have a very information-packed meeting today. I believe that this is going to be one of the most important meetings that we have held in a long time. We have a lot of information and material to get through. We also have several folks that have signed up to provide public comments, so we're looking forward to receiving that. So we are going to go ahead and get down to business. We're going to move to agenda item number 4, which is the approval of the minutes, and we have 2 sets of minutes to approve from the workshop and the meetings December 6th and 7th, and also for February 26th and 27th. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the minutes from December 6th, February 26th, December 7th, and February 27th commission meetings.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. We'll move to agenda item number 5, which is to receive the reports. And we will move first to Executive Director Greg Stevens. Sir.
Good morning, Madam Presiding Officer, Commission members. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you guys. First thing that I've got is to introduce the employees that we have hired and have started since our last commission meeting, and we have 6 that we have hired since our meeting in February. First one, I'm going to do my very best with the last name. It's Bob Miljanovich. Did I get that right? All right, we're off to a good start. He joined our enforcement team as a sergeant investigator on March 18th. He joins us from his most recent job as a lieutenant with the Austin Police Department, where he retired. Bob brings with him over 21 years of 20 years as a police officer in a variety of disciplines, including patrol, highway enforcement, investigations, Internal Affairs, Executive Staff, Training Academy, and Use of Force Review. We have Leticia Hernandez, who joined our credentialing team as a licensing specialist on April 8th. She brings with her customer service experience as a customer experience coordinator in the private sector. Is Leticia with us at the meeting?
In the back.
There we go, back there. Next, we have Miranda Aguilar, right there behind me. I saw her earlier. She joined our legal team as a legal assistant also on April 8th. Miranda has a master's degree in criminology and a bachelor's degree in criminal justice from the University of Alabama. She is also a certified paralegal. She joins us from her most recent job as a senior deputy clerk at the Hayes County District Clerk's Office. And then here's another one. I'm going to do my very best. I may have to start getting some of our employees to introduce themselves with their own names. Janina Borneon, is that right? Borneo. Where are you? There we go, right back there. She joined our education services team as an instructional designer on April 16th. Janina she received her master's degree in global development and peace from the University of Bridgeport, and she has a bachelor's degree in education from the University de Rio dos Sinos. Right? I got close. It's got to be close. She joins us from her most recent position as an e-learning developer at the Texas Department of Public Safety. Her experience also includes being a program specialist at DPS and a parole officer at the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And Melissa Moore is right here. She is our new executive. She's part of our executive team as the new executive assistant. She started on April 16th. Melissa has a master's degree in college student development from St. Edward's University and a bachelor's degree in communication and journalism from the University of Iowa. She joins us with over 10 years of executive assistant experience at the University of Texas and the University of Texas Police Department. And then finally, Michael Brown joined our IT team as TCOLE's Information Security Officer on April 22nd. Michael has a master's degree in Information Security and Assurance from Western Governors University and a bachelor's degree in History from St. Edward's University. He joins us from his most recent job as an Information Security Officer at Ascension. Michael has over 20 years of information security experience and is a certified information system security professional. There's an acronym for that. CISSP, and a certified information security manager, CISM. Michael? Is Michael here? Yeah. There he is, right back there. Another key hire. Each one of these folks are key hires. One of our big stated goals is to fill the vacancies that we have and that were provided to us in the latest legislative sessions to get us closer to where we need to be to help manage the vast machine that is Texas law enforcement and to expand our ability to do that. So we have 81 people on staff right now, 12 vacancies, and that's not quite accurate. We've actually extended offers over the last couple of days. We're in the process of hiring more people to bring on board. Our goal by the end of the year, and it is a goal that we hope to reach, is to be fully staffed by the end of the calendar year. But as I said in the last meeting, we would rather run short than have the wrong people in these positions. The phrase that we are working with is that we will only hire people who are highly qualified and worthy enough to serve the customers of the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement. And then finally, I'll brief you very, very quickly on some of the outreach that we've been able to accomplish since the last meeting. We've been quite literally all over the state. We hadn't quite made it yet to far west Texas, but we'll get there. We've been all the way down into the valley as we prepare for the next conference. We've been to the North Texas Police Chiefs Association meeting in Grand Prairie. We've met with Alert at their headquarters in San Marcos. We've had meetings with TMPA. We've had meetings with CLEAT here in Austin. We've met with the Texas Police Chiefs Association at several different functions. We've had an online meeting with some of the Texas sheriffs. We're looking forward to going to their conference as well. We've been up into the Texas Panhandle most recently. Some of our folks met with the High Plains Police Chiefs Association. We've been down to Galveston. We've been up to Dallas. We met with the Fire Marshals Discussion Group in Beaumont. We've been to Huntsville several times, both working with LEMIT as well as meeting with Sam Houston State and their criminal justice program, and the Texas Department of Criminal Justice meeting with prison officials. We have been down to the UT System Chiefs Conference in Galveston again. We have been to each evolution. Of course, we have a teaching spot in the Texas Police Chiefs Leadership Series, the Command Staff Leadership Series, the new Chief Development Program, as well as the new Constables Program. Again, we're working closely with Alert and with Texas Department of Public Safety to get alert training out to all reaches of the state. So we've got more travel and outreach planned and scheduled all over the state of Texas to make sure that we are meeting our customers where they are as much as we can to be sure that we support the folks that are depending on us. And that concludes my report. If there's any questions, I'm happy to try to answer those.
Chief, I don't have any questions. As an attendee at the Texas Chiefs Conference, and I see Chief Ellis here, I know they gave you some time to speak to all the chiefs, which I really appreciate the relationship with that. But I just want to say kudos to you for getting out and trying to meet everybody. I think that speaks well for you and the team, trying to do your best to have face-to-face conversation with folks. And so, at least from me, I just want to say thank you for that effort that you're trying to do, and then bringing your key staff members with you to try to help with that. So thank you.
Yes, sir. Business happens between people. It's all dependent on relationships, and we're making sure that we're creating new relationships and strengthening the ones that we already have.
Well, for my colleagues, I have a note here to recognize Executive Director Stevens for his outreach. I know in our interviews, that was one of the points that you very strongly made, was your commitment to build relationships, to enhance the relationships, and to get out there and meet people. You and the team have done nothing short of that. I think every time, for my colleagues here, I think every time I talk with Greg, they are in the car on their way or coming back from somewhere in the state of Texas and beyond. So they've done you're just doing a fantastic job in going out and reaching out, you and the entire team. So thank you so much for your efforts, because it gets to be taxing a little bit, and it's time away from your family. So we recognize that, but very much appreciate the efforts.
Thank you, ma'am. And it is a team effort. It certainly is not just me. There's been at least one occasion where we traveled planes, trains, and automobiles. We literally got from one end of the state to the other, and I certainly couldn't do that on my own. And when I'm not in a place, somebody steps up. We typically go with a couple of us, and we are, again, it depends on everybody to get either me where I need to be, or to get somebody in front of our customers to make sure that we are serving them at the highest level. And again, the face-to-face interactions are what's important. And so we'll be across the state. We're a state agency, and so we're going to be out in the field working with the folks that are depending on us.
Yeah, well, I've also received a lot of very positive comments. I know when you do make contact with folks, you're handing out your cell number, and I know that there's a deep appreciation for your accessibility and for people to be able to call you directly. So thank you for that too.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're going to move on to Credentialing, Education, and Field Services. Director Grissom.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll try and be brief. You have a copy of my report in your packet. Some of the highlights are we're working on updating the basic missing and exploited persons class. We've realigned both the supplemental peace officer course, which is a course used primarily for out-of-state or reactivation of a peace officer license. We've realigned that in the Special Forces Veterans course to better mirror those sections of the current BPOC. including all the updates from the last legislative session. We're working on an elementary educational outreach training, and that was under a budget rider from the last session, and that course is to develop a course to help peace officers better engage with elementary level children. And so that's one of the projects we've got working right now. We're working with Department of Public Safety, who has offered us their civilian interaction training program course, their online version. We're going to host that on my TCOLE. That is now part of the BPOC, but there are still people that are required to get that are in a, pardon me, in an interim period. I've given you the numbers for the Finding Wellness course, which is on my TCOLE, and I'll remind those in the audience, the Finding Wellness course is a mandatory course for peace officers. This training unit that's under the mandates that you, the commissioners, laid out. Both the Finding Wellness and the trauma-informed sexual assault investigation. Both of those are available on my TCOLE, tuition free, so we encourage everybody to get those. Those are due. If they had the trauma-informed course in the last training unit, they don't have to take it again, but if they failed to do it in the last training unit, they have to have it in this unit to be compliant with their continuing education. The credentialing group, as Director Stevens pointed out, gained a person. We are now whole. Both education services and credentialing are now completely full. So we've got 2 new people in training. Letitia's working out well, and we look forward to working with her. One of the big things we're working on in credentialing right now is alert training and alert compliance. Alert level 1 being the key component. We know that over time, alert was reported in several different ways. And so we've come up with several different ways, and we're trying to work directly with the training providers who previously reported alert. An example was TEACS reported alert because they were under the grant together from about 2004 or 5 to 2008. But that was all reported under an old number. It was reported under the 3300 number. We worked with TEACS to certify those rosters. We've converted those rosters to 3311, and that brought just short of 9,000 people into compliance, or at least we can see them in the compliance run now. So we've already worked with Harris County, we're working with Houston, Tarrant College, and so what I would say is if you're a training provider who, the most common situation is someone has used alert level 1 in the BPOC. So they added it to the basic peace officer course, but it was captured in what we call the 101 addendum. Anything over and above the minimum hours is reported under a single addendum roster. We know several academies added alert level 1. We have a mechanism by which we can work with the academy to make sure that the individuals who got that training, it gets appropriately documented so we can see it when we do a compliance run. So if training providers who are in that condition would reach out to me personally, we'll work out a plan to come up with a remedy. It kind of takes some work on our side and some work on their side, so we need to negotiate what that looks like. But I would certainly put myself on the hook that if they will reach out to me, we'll work with them on that, because we want to make sure people get credit for what they've already done. In your packet is the credentialing processing numbers. Commissioner Hester, one of the things you asked last time was the average hour response, or the length it takes to get to it. In processing primarily L1s and L1Ts, we're running about 36 hours from entry by the agency to processing on our end. And we're trying to close that window, but part of that window is caused by the L1 arriving prior to the background confirmation form. So it gets stalled because we don't have all the paperwork from the provider, but we're turning those around in about 36 hours.
Okay. And since we're on that, are the dates?
I was going to point out there's a flaw, and I apologize. The numbers are accurate. The numbers are for the intervening period from the last meeting to this meeting, but a cut and paste error on my part because I'm using the same tool. The July numbers should be current numbers. So
Okay.
yes, yeah, both there and on the licensing document processing. New numbers, bad title.
And so when we approve one, are we sending notice? Does the system generate a notice that it's been approved?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And the client can see on their end the approval if they're in TCOLEs too.
Okay, thank you.
And then Colin, do we have a number or percentage of people that are in compliance with alert level 1?
Because we're doing all these things right now, I haven't run a recent compliance run, but we originally looked at the delta being somewhere in the neighborhood of 30 to 45,000 of ones we knew had it and ones we thought or we couldn't see it. For instance, you know, the 9,000 conversion for TEEKS comes off of that number. So the delta is diminishing. And as the director pointed out, we're working with DPS. We're trying to get a true knowledge on what that number is, and then DPS and Alert has offered to work with us to where we can push the training out into those regions where we know there's a high non-compliance rate. So that's the goal for the immediate future.
Okay, if you could just do a quick update at each of our meetings between now and the 27 deadline, that would be appreciated. Just so we can kind of keep tabs like we do for the regular compliance, that would be great.
Be happy to.
And I'd like to also recognize my colleague here and the Texas Department of Public Safety. So Commissioner Hester, appreciate you all stepping up and sharing the information and resources that you have. You're a large agency. Most of us don't have the luxury of being that large or having that level of staffing, but for you and all of the agencies, law enforcement agencies across Texas, I'm always proud of everyone who's willing to share information because there are some people that just don't have the resources or don't have the time and quite frankly just don't want to reinvent the wheel when someone else has a great product. So appreciate DPS sharing as well as.
Yes, ma'am. We're going to be working, just so everyone knows, you know, the department for DPS, we pride ourselves on working with our local agencies. You know, when I was a troop, man, my backup was the sheriff's office and the police department. That's just how it works in most of rural Texas. And so we're going to be working with TCOLE to identify those counties and areas that we can take our teams out there to get some of this stuff done. So, but I appreciate staff reaching out and working with our team.
Any questions or comments for Colin? Okay, we'll move on to Chief Information Officer Jessica Capurro on our IT and Special Services report. Oh, I'm sorry.
Give this number.
Yeah. Quickly, I checked the alert level 1 progress, and on April 2nd, we were at about 42,000 officers, still needing to become compliant.
Thank you.
Well, good morning, commissioners. So first, the conference this year is going to be in McAllen, Texas. The event is October 28th through the 30th. We were able to negotiate room block discounts with about 17 local hotels in a 5-mile radius of the convention center. And there are still some rooms available at a discount, so I'd like to encourage anyone who hasn't already booked a room but does plan on going to the event to take advantage of those discounts while they last. You can see which hotels still have discounted rooms if you go to our website under news and events and then TCOLE conference, anything that shows a Book Now link next to it still has rooms at a discount. Now, when that Book Now link goes away, that doesn't mean that the hotel is fully booked. It just means that the discounted room blocks are gone. So again, I encourage anyone who plans to go ahead and book your room now, even though the registration hasn't actually opened yet. As far as planning, we're well underway. We are still working on finalizing the schedule for the event, but one thing we do know, one thing you can anticipate is that TCOLE will have presentations on the model policies that we'll be discussing today, as well as conducting background investigations. Timeline-wise, we're expecting to open exhibit booth applications on May 13th and attendee registration on July 15th. And I'd like to thank Commissioner Lascano. Because of him, it looks like we'll be able to bring a few elements into the event that highlight some of the local customs and traditions of the area. And we're really excited to try something new and different this year. Today we will be discussing many aspects of SB 1445, but that bill does include several technical projects that my team is working on. And I'd be happy to go in depth on other technical aspects as we discuss later, but for now I'm just going to focus on public license lookup, which is set to launch on September 1st. That project is currently on track to meet that launch date. We have sat down and evaluated any potential blockers or risks to that timeline and lined up some options to overcome them as quickly as possible. So for example, we're currently working on both the development design and the infrastructure simultaneously. So we've got DIR building out the necessary servers in the cloud environment while our development team is working on the development aspect. We've already lined up a third-party vendor to conduct our vulnerability testing once the solution is ready to test, and in case we end up needing any kind of support or for any particular feature, we've already had conversations with vendors and have some quotes in motion just so we don't get slowed down by the procurement process. So anyway, we're moving at a very rapid pace and working very diligently to stay on top of any kind of predictable surprises that may crop up, but of course there's always that potential that something could slow us down, and my plan is to keep y'all informed and updated as we go, and hopefully at the next meeting in June we'll have some screenshots and mock-ups so you can actually see visually where we're at. As far as vacancies go, this is a big deal on our team. As you heard, we are so happy to say that we finally have filled the cybersecurity position. Michael Brown started with us on Monday, and we're really excited to have his expertise on the team. As far as the other vacancies go, we have 3 software engineer positions. 3 offers were made. 2 were accepted and moved to background, 1 declined. We are conducting currently 2 IT support specialist interviews and hope to have people in those seats, meaning background done and everything, by the end of June. And then now that we have Michael on the team, we will begin working on the remaining team member vacancies to complete his team. We're also planning on bringing in some temp staff to help fill the gaps between now and when we're fully staffed, and because we've gone so long without the resources we've needed to kind of help catch us up to where we should be at this point.
Jessica, what kind of vetting will be done on those temp employees?
There is a background investigation process, and I'll let TJ speak to that.
So we've actually had discussion, and I work primarily with Jessica on this. We've tiered it 3 levels now. We have vendors who come in and work either with employees directly or they're in the network with employees. So that's our first level. Our second level will be temp employees who will have access to our systems or network when they're not supervised or not directly with another employee. And so we've created a tier where we have a background packet similar to the personal history statement, but not quite as detailed. We're actually working with a vendor to do a portion of that background investigation for us. And then any full-time employees who are employees of the agency will continue to go through the full background just like peace officers do, where they do a full personal history statement. So we've tiered it that way right now. I'm actually working through the process for a temp for our team. And then as soon as we're done with that process and confirm how it works, I think Jessica has 3 that she wants to go through the same process.
Okay, thank you.
That's the end of my report. Let me know if you have any questions.
Questions or comments?
Just have a brief comment. I just want to thank the team for the efforts they're doing for this conference. Because of their efforts, we do have our county and city and school districts all ready to welcome all our law enforcement personnel from all over the state. And I know it's going to be something different, but we want to make sure that that all our goals are met. And I appreciate the support from the team, and I'm willing to help out anything that we need to do to further make sure that it's a good event logistically.
Yeah, and I want to personally recognize and thank my colleague, Commissioner Liscano. Mario, he and I spoke for almost the better part of an hour of all the work that he has done and the groundwork that he's laid for our visit there in McAllen, and it's just so impressive, the connections that you have and bringing all of the folks together to host us and to host the conference. So thank you so much. I know that that's been a great deal of work on your part and your partner's part, and we very much appreciate it.
Thank you on behalf of our team down there. Thank you.
Okay, we'll move next to the enforcement report from Major Vineyard.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm excited that my team has finally got some of the resources and systems in place to address some of the things that we've been planning for a long time. You see at the top of my report is training compliance. In particular, we're finally closing the loop on what I call the straggler classes. There are those 5 classes: human trafficking, canine encounters, deaf and hard of hearing drivers, civilian interaction training program, and crisis intervention training. Most of those have all been included in the BPOC for several years. Most officers should have received that training. We still had some coming in through the reactivation process or through out of state that weren't. We finally closed all those loops, and so now we have a captured group that we hope to have trained by the end of August. I believe the numbers are going to be less than 1,000. The 2 classes that can be done online, human trafficking and the civilian interaction training, are now both on my TCOLE, thanks to the assistance from DPS. And I've been working with the agencies that have more than 10 people that need crisis intervention to make sure they have the resources to put on that 40-hour class, and they're getting those lined up before we start notifying the licensees. I didn't want to create panic in some of the large agencies. So they're working on that. That particular project is indicative of a larger problem that we have in the training compliance. It's on the rolling windows, right? So there were the new chiefs and the new constables, and we also have the school-based law enforcement certificates. We still have people that come in and go into a position and they need a certain amount of training, but it's based off their date of appointment and not based off the unit and cycle training. That has historically been difficult for us to address because everybody has a different date. So we are now working on the school-based law enforcement. We found that just the ISD police departments alone, I think, had close to 2,000 people who did not have the certificate when we first looked. We've gone back and automated the process where they no longer have to send in an application and $35 if they've completed the classes. The certificate applies. I think at the last run, there were about 700 now that need that training. About 400 of those are past the 180 days in their position, and about 300 of those are within 180 days, so within the window they would normally get that training. What we're going to start doing is running a report every month, and everybody who got appointed with an ISD in the last month, we'll make sure that they get notified of that training requirement, and then we'll notify them throughout that 180 days, just like we do with the unit and cycle training requirements, so that they will have notifications prior to the deadline. We can do that as long as we do monthly reports. We've started the same thing with the new constables. The new constables and new chiefs are challenging groups. The chiefs are a much larger group. The constables only have their training, I believe, once a year. So if they don't get notified before that training, they miss a whole year of opportunity. So we have 7, I think, that are past due right now. I've got those assigned and we've contacted all of them. We've got about 15 of them that are appointed within their 2-year window and haven't had the training. We're confirming that they're all signed up, and then we'll start doing monthly reports. If there are any new constables that have been appointed since the last report, they'll get notified very early on. That gives us the ability to communicate with them much earlier than we have been, and in particular because sometimes they can't sign up for the class for a full year. We've already discussed doing the same thing for the chief's continuing education. We can't notify them 180 days out from the training deadline because they generally can't sign up for the training in that window. So we're shifting our notification process to notify them much earlier of the end of the training unit or training cycle. Wrap back numbers, I have here that there were 110,000 subscription. That was about 3 weeks ago. I checked last night and we're up to 112,000 subscriptions. That is the temp position we're hiring for, is to work on those subscription numbers to try to make sure we're subscribed to everyone who is in the system. We do still have people who were first appointed prior to, I believe, 2016, and not all of those people were printed and in the system, but we're still working to get everybody who is fingerprinted into the wrap-back system. You can see that I've attached a few charts. I've got an admin now who's working on this. This is a combination of both her position and the use of the Mark 43 system. Now that we have an actual records management system, we can gather more useful data. Excuse me. So this first chart shows you the E1 cases. My plan is to show you a rolling year, to show you a month-by-month number of licensee arrests. Those could, of course, change as they get reported, but this shows you the January through March numbers. One of the things that we were able to identify that we knew anecdotally, but now we know statistically, is how those numbers are being reported to us. You can see on the second chart that a vast majority of our notifications come through the wrap-back system. Agency reports are substantially lower, and then the licensee reports are generally below 10%. I think this is in part an education problem and a local policy problem. So one of the things we did is we sent out, we did a cutoff of everyone arrested after January 1. We sent out reprimands to those who did not make a report within 45 days. The rule gives them 30. We gave them 45 to make sure it wasn't in the mail. And then we also sent notification letters to the appointing agencies or the arresting agencies if they did not send notice. What we found was we got a lot of feedback from the agencies. Some of them said that they were changing their policies, they were changing their practice. In some situations, they were unaware the person they had arrested was a licensee. But by far, most of the feedback was that they had identified a problem and that they were going to change that. And in some situations, their licensee had not notified us and they were changing the process to make sure the licensee notified us. So I think that those numbers will go up substantially as we continue to notify agencies and make sure that they're aware of how these arrests have impacted us. You see the chart below that has some of the priority arrests. This has been something that I've wanted to focus on, is if we're missing opportunities for summary suspensions. In other words, if licensee has been arrested for a serious offense and we were unaware, we need to make sure that we prioritize those. So we are now sorting those out, reviewing those, and then presenting them to legal when we identify them. And then the last chart is just to give you another idea of some of the numbers that I could show you or how I could break them down if you think they're helpful. We have seen a substantial number of cases of appointment of prohibited persons. These are always disappointing because they could generally be avoided. These are almost always people with criminal histories that would prohibit them from appointment. In some situations, we still see agencies that are submitting temp license appointments and then fingerprinting afterwards. So we're working to identify and address those. But in some situations, it's just that they don't understand or misread the criminal history or failed to get the court documents. But certainly we can look at numbers like this again over a rolling year, and if we see a pattern, we can address that. Or if you'd like to see the breakdowns in license types or agency types or something that you think would help us understand the problem better, we have the capability to do that for the first time.
Madam Chair. TJ, I think on this particular one, first off, thank you for the information, very, very informative. On this one, I think which license type would be beneficial, not necessarily the agency. I would imagine it's probably a temporary jailer, maybe telecommunicator more so than the peace officer one, so that would be good to know. The numbers aren't high, but it would just give us a picture of what that is. And then on the priority arrest types, what do you contribute the high percentage on a couple of them going from February to March? Is that more of the rat back, people being in the rat back, or just the nature of it? Typically when I see something of that significance, there's something else, like maybe something was missed the previous month, and data was just catching up, or, you know, it could be a number of different factors in that.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you asking why I think the numbers are higher in March?
Yeah.
I don't know that. And again, I'd like to track it for a year
Okay.
to show you these numbers. And then if we see spikes, we can go back and break down those cases individually.
So since this is new, we just don't know what the norm is for that, right?
Exactly. So, I mean, remember in Austin, we had, 19 or 21 and died at one time. I can't remember what the number was. That would have been a tremendous spike. I don't know that we have something like that, but I think once we have 6 months to a year, we can go back. The same thing on these appointment of prohibited person cases. We can go back and look at those to see the date of appointment and then the date of the submission to RATBAC, right? To see if that's a problem as well. So I think once we have enough data points to see where the spikes are, we can go back and break them down.
Now, what point, when someone is F5'd from an agency, what point are they coming out of RATBAC? Are you unsubscribing at a certain point? Are you waiting for a while? Are you waiting past till they become non-compliant before we take them out?
So as long as they still have an active license, we're still subscribed. Appointment is not important. It's when they lose their license. So we work with legal. If they get suspended or revoked, we remove those. What we're doing right now is we run at least a monthly report, and then we run it against TCOLEs, and it identifies those who don't match up, and we remove those, and it identifies those who are in there but not subscribed, and we have working lists that we're working on.
Perfect. That's absolutely proud. I just want to make sure that we weren't, unsubscribing them too fast, that we weren't, just because they were F5, right? That their license is still good, and so from a regulatory perspective, we still need to, you guys need to monitor. That's just making sure. So that's absolutely perfect.
And that's the feedback I've gotten on several of the reprimands, or people who, I don't work at the jail anymore, I didn't know I had to report it, but you still have a license.
still have
and
active
until your
license.
license goes
Yep.
inactive, you have a reporting requirement, so.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. TJ, again, thank you for all of the information for Executive Director Stevens. I think you spoke to it, that one of the things that we have historically asked for is comparative data. Sometimes in the past, we would just get a number and it was really kind of a meaningless number because we had no basis to assess, or compare it against previous data. So very much appreciate that. And then TJ, I believe you had made mention of the fact that we would be, or maybe it was Jessica, I'm sorry, the fact that we would be providing education to our background investigators. We have identified the fact that we've done a pretty good job at the training conference, making sure that the focus was on training. However, we are finding that some of the issues that we're challenged with, we can trace directly back to the fact that our background investigators maybe don't have all of the tools and information that they need to effectively do their jobs. So that will be something that we'll see at the conference, but also in the future, near future, we will be seeing some training that will come out for our background investigators. So very much appreciate those efforts. Yeah. Any other comments or questions?
Madam Presiding Officer, we've also just contracted with TEEX to create a background investigation course that TCOLE will provide, and we'll send that out because, again, in our conversations, something that we've noticed, and I sort of attribute it to, if you think about, and TJ is a data person. He understands the value of data and looking at it, as does the rest of the team. And for me, a quick way, a good analogy is, if you take your 12 months worth, in your law enforcement agency, take 12 months of officer-involved crashes, you look at what's causing what's the number one cause of the crashes, if it's backing, if it's striking fixed off, whatever it is, and then roll that into your driver training for the year. Hopefully you can reduce crashes. So we're looking at what are the discipline cases that come either from audits, that come from hiring people that aren't qualified, whatever it is. TJ gets those, and we're looking at those and thinking, okay, here's a problem. We have a lot of chiefs, a lot of sheriffs that are relying on a background investigator to give them a packet, but we see a lot that are hiring people with a disqualifying thing in their history. And so we've identified that. So we're working to, I think that's an education thing. We don't want to hand out discipline to certainly an agency head or to a background investigator for something they don't know. So taking that education approach, we're going to try to beef that up, and we're going to talk with Lemet, rolling that into the next chiefs training. Haven't yet, but I know that Skylar Hearn's here, and so we're going to take that to him to try to include that maybe in one of their conferences or to put that class out. I'm going to go to we've got an attendance point at the Constables Conference. Same thing, and then we're going to try to get that out so that we can avoid that case that TJ gets, that Major Vineyard gets, and then we're looking at it, and some action has to be taken because they've hired an ineligible person.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to Director Grisby with our government relations report.
Good morning, Commissioners. In the government relations world, of course, we've been continuing efforts to develop partnerships and introducing Director Stevens to stakeholder groups and legislators that he had not met before, but as he said, re-emphasizing those existing relationships in his new role. We are also preparing for next legislative session, which is going to come on like a freight train. That includes the strategic plan that you've heard us talk about that will be due on June 1st. We'll be working with the budget subcommittee of the commissioners on our exceptional items over the next few weeks and months. So thank you to Commissioner Lascano for agreeing to head up that subcommittee, and Commissioners Hester and Griffiths for serving on that. We look forward to talking with you about our budget requests. That is also part of the legislative appropriations request that will be due toward the end of the summer. And then working with offices on potential legislation, both that we will be requesting and ideas that they have that would impact the law enforcement community. Obviously, as you will hear much talk about today, we're going to continue implementation of items related to SB 1445, our sunset bill, and communications on Senate Bill 1852 related to alert training. That's another thing y'all have heard about today that we will continue to discuss to see if we can whittle away at those who continue to need alert level 1 and spread the communication that 16 hours of alert will be required each 2-year continuing education period. I wanted to note something that Director Grissom had mentioned on the the elementary education outreach program. I saw a couple little quizzical looks, and I wanted to kind of provide some clarification. That was an idea that came out of Representative Jarvis Johnson, aimed at having a positive first interaction with law enforcement early on in childhood. Picture like the DARE officers used to come into schools, and that was the first interaction that a lot of kids would have with law enforcement, trying to make that a positive experience so that they can continue to develop that positive mindset with law enforcement as they grow up. I want to thank all of you and everybody in attendance here today, and including TCOLE staff, for attending the Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony tonight. I want to give a special thanks to the Peace Officers Memorial Ceremony Committee. It's a fantastic group of folks that are very dedicated to this project, to this ceremony, and I think it was a great success. Looking forward to the future, after the next meeting in June, we will have the Law Enforcement Achievement Awards, and that will be on June 21st at 10 a.m. We are nailing down the location. We've got a couple of options available to us, and we want to make sure, while the House of Representatives chamber is not available to us, that we have a location that's worthy of this ceremony. So we will keep you posted on that, but the names of the nominees who have been approved by the judging panel are before you, and that will be taken up under agenda item number 6 for your approval in accordance with TCOLE Rule 211.33. I want to thank the panel of judges that helped us score these nominees, and that's Sheriff Terry Garrett of Rockwall County, Constable Emmanuel Zamora of Uvalde County Precinct 6, Chief Glenn Cohen of Lakeway PD, Senior Police Officer Tim Whitaker, and Luis Soberone, who was our public member on this committee. That is the end of my report, unless you have any questions.
Questions, comments?
Great job.
Yeah. We'll move, last but not least, we have Brian Roth to give us our, pardon?
Good morning,
To give
Commissioners.
us our finance report.
I appreciate the opportunity to update you on our agency's financial status over the last 2 months. In your package, you'll find the usual financial report covering expenditures and revenue. As we've moved into the third quarter of the fiscal year, I'm pleased to report that our financial position remains strong with some excess due to vacancies. And some key highlights that we've recently undertaken in the HR realm. We are, as you've heard from several other members of the executive staff, we're actively expanding our team to meet the new demands and responsibilities. We successfully onboarded multiple new employees, and we have 7 additional job openings we're currently pursuing right now. And as you also heard, we're planning to supplement our operations with temporary personnel to bolster our team. And we're also further looking forward to working with an intern in the legal division. In financial operations, we focused on critical tasks such as preparing a base reconciliation report, a space utilization assessment, a border security report, and other essential financial documentation. We have also provided resources for multiple school marshal trainings during that time. Additionally, we've been dedicated to refining our background procedure for temporary employees and IT contractors, as we've mentioned earlier. For current and future initiatives, we're focused on anticipated legislative needs for the next biennium, and we're also remaining focused on implementing previous legislative changes for the fiscal year. We're currently working on purchasing and record retention with upcoming projects, including development of a workforce plan and strategic plan report in June. We're also preparing for the legislative appropriation request, which is scheduled for submission in July or early August, with the exceptional item subcommittee meetings beginning soon. With that, I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Madam Chair. Brian, on our, and I guess I should probably ask this earlier, but on our temp contracts, are we doing that individually per person, or are we using like the DIR temp contract, or what are we doing with that?
This is a little new to us. There are 2 contracts. There's one that the comptroller's office negotiated for everyone, and there's also a DIR contract, correct, Department of Information Resources, for the more IT-focused project concept. So one is kind of paying the hourly. You want 5 people, you think you might need them for 5 months. You don't necessarily need them to complete a special project. But for both of those, the vendor is WorkQuest. So either way, we'll just contract with WorkQuest, and they'll figure out which contract.
You answered my question. That tells me all I need to know. Good luck.
Okay.
No, it's workable. So our staff, we use that WorkQuest contract as well. So if you need some help with that, let me know. I can get you with our procurement director.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, a motion is not required for agenda item number 5, so we're going to move to 6, which is to discuss and take action to approve the recommendations for the Law Enforcement Achievement Awards.
Commissioners, you have a list of the nominees before you that were scored by the panel of judges that I referred to earlier. We do not typically read their names at this meeting. They are notified afterwards upon your approval that they have been selected, and we will do that as early as next week so that they can start making their plans. So the action before you would be to approve those names.
Do we have a motion?
I'll move to approve the names on the list for recommendations for law enforcement awards.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. We are going to take a break before moving into agenda item number 7. We do have a lot to cover, so I would ask that we keep it at 15 minutes, please. Okay, we are now back in session. We are going to move on to agenda item number 7, which is discuss and take action on the final adoption of advisory committee model policies and related rules. In just a moment, I'm going to ask John Beecham to go ahead and lay out the options for the commissioners here today. But as I said earlier, this will probably be our longest agenda item. We have a lot of information to cover. We are going to, for my colleagues here and for those of you that are here in the audience and signed up to speak, we are going to take your comments after or by policy, or by each policy. So instead of taking it at the end and having everything get lost, we're going to take policy by policy here, and we'll take comments for each one. This is a pivotal, I think this is a pivotal meeting related to the implementation of the sunset and the resulting legislation. And I'll turn it over to you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. As an overview, the centerpieces of SB 1445, the Texas Commission on Law Enforcement Sunset Bill, were the authorization for TCOLE to, number one, appoint advisory committees for certain specific subject matter, and for those advisory committees to come up with model policies and rules, I should say, or rules related to misconduct investigation, hiring procedures, and personnel files, along with the minimum standards for law enforcement agencies and a model policy and or rules related to the medical and psychological examination of a licensee. Back in the last commission meeting, those model policies were presented by the advisory committees, which met through last fall. They were selected last summer, met in the fall, and presented those policies in February and the proposed rules. Those model policies and rules went out for public comment over the last couple months, and it resulted in over 60 pages of public comment related to those policies, in response to those policies, I should say, and those rules. I'd like to note that in my experience with the commission and speaking with other people who have both been involved with and part of the licensed community, that's something I've never experienced, or in their recollection or knowledge, that is an experience that they ever had. So I want to applaud the process, and I want to applaud everybody who participated in the process, because that allows the work of the commission, the advisory committees, and ultimately the licensed community that values their input, that shows their input matters, and that makes the process have a complete and thorough understanding of what exactly these model policies and these rules are, to ensure that the public and the licensed community is served by them. Now, today, commissioners, before you, you have these model policies and these rules. These are up for final adoption. Again, they were proposed at the last commission meeting. They've been set out for public comment. And today before you, you have for final adoption those model policies and rules. Now, your options today are going to be, I'm going to give you the general, is the presiding officer was discussing a few minutes ago. Number one, you have the option to adopt the model policies and rules exactly as they were presented by the advisory committees and presiding officers and assistant presiding officers at the last commission meeting. Number two, you're going to hear from staff, primarily me, and we'll be reading both public comment and staff's response to that public comment, along with recommendations based on that public comment for amendment to the model policy or the rules for your consideration today. And third is, you can keep these model policies and rules out for public comment for another period until the next commission meeting. There are also obviously variations of those three, but those are your main three general paths. Now, as far as the procedure for laying out each one of these model policies and rules today. We will do the general rule layout or the model policy layout, go over it with an overview. Then I will read the public comments along with staff's response. Then following that, as the presiding officer stated, there will be public comment, and then it will be opportunity for you commissioners to discuss, and obviously ultimately a final vote. As we go through the public comment, I will note to where staff made a recommendation for an amendment to the policy or rule as we go along for your consideration during discussion. Do the commissioners have any questions about anything I've covered so far? Okay. Let's proceed. We'll start off with the misconduct allegations model policy. And I also meant to note that you'll be hearing also, as we discussed last commission meeting, there will be a recommended adoption date from staff for each one of these model policies as we go along.
John, I do have before we get started here. Sure. Just a reminder to everyone that as we seated these committees, as we've spoken about in past meetings, it was a goal and an accomplished goal that the various constituency groups were represented on each of the committees. So it was very important to us that everyone had a voice because we wanted to hear everyone's perspectives. We didn't expect everyone to always agree, and we expected everyone to come to the table with some different thoughts and needs. But I thought overall that the committees did an incredible job bringing all of that together. Another reminder as we're talking about this is I think that there was, from some of the comments that I received, an expectation that the policies were very granular and that there was an expectation that every little detail was addressed, and it was not. It was purposefully not. We wanted to ensure that the agencies and the agency heads had some latitude and had some flexibility and autonomy in developing out the standards that best fit their needs and their agencies. So if that's what you are expecting, we're not going down that road because we can't do something that specific and make it work for every agency across this state. We just cannot. So please keep that in mind as we see heads a framework. If you want to call it minimum standards, I guess we could call it that, but these are the minimum standards that you have to meet, and the agencies and the agency heads can fill out the policies as they see fit. So I'm sorry, just wanted to make that clear, so we'll move into the discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll take the first look at the misconduct allegations model policy. And this applies to both the hiring procedures and personnel files. The advisory committee was charged with establishing procedures which were applicable to a law enforcement agency investigating alleged misconduct by a license holder employed by the agency, and also hiring a license holder, and also policies related to personnel files maintained with respect to a license holder. The overview of the misconduct allegations model policy relates to investigating allegations of misconduct, as just stated. It defines misconduct instances which have to be investigated. It includes allegation of misconduct as a written complaint of misconduct as defined by the model policy and signed by the complainant. It requires a summary report to be completed and ultimately submitted to TCOLE, whether or not the investigation was sustained or unsustained. It also requires TCOLE to provide a template, as the model policy states, in order to include the information required by the summary report as stated in the Sunset Bill. And again, in the event of appeal, an agency shall notify TCOLE of the disposition of the appeal. And staff recommends that this model policy be adopted by all law enforcement agencies no later than June 1st, 2025. That's the layout, and now I will go to the public comment and staff's responses. I have three start off with here, Commissioners, what I consider general model policy comments, and I'll go ahead and just address those now as we work into the specifics of the misconduct allegations. The first one was submitted by University of North Texas Police Department Assistant Chief Jeremy Polk. This should be on pages 3 through 8. It was a series of questions and comments related to the model policies that cover all of them, but I just want to address the main one here. The suggestion by Assistant Chief Polk was to provide a reasonable time frame for compliance once the model policies are adopted. We will do that as we work through these model policies. We will give you staff's recommended adoption date as the one I just gave you was June 1st, 2025. We will do that as we work through these model policies today. The second general model policy comment was a suggestion, or it was a statement regarding TCOLE's authority regarding these model policies. Staff's response is under SB 1445 and specifically Texas Occupations Code 1701, 163, 167, 4522, and 4535 requires TCOLE to adopt these model policies and rules with input from the advisory committees according to the process that we discussed earlier. The next general model policy comment from the Columbus Police Department, it was from Chief Edmond. This is on page 10 of your numbered public comment packets. The question is, can an agency have civil service and non-civil service model policies to select from? The answer is, Chief Lemos stated a few minutes ago, law enforcement agencies can adopt substantively similar model policies which could incorporate additional requirements for that agency. Again, there is quite a bit of discretion with how these model policies can be formed by their agencies to conform to their local standards as long as they are substantively similar. Now for the specific comments for the misconduct allegations model policy, Dr. J. Hall, this is on page 28 of your packet. Can an agency retain records of an investigation of alleged misconduct that is not sustained? First part of this, and this is throughout the model policies, I should note there is no reference any shape, form, or fashion to applicable retention schedules for the agencies. The first most important response to that is agencies should follow their applicable retention schedules. An agency is required to place investigative documents and misconduct investigation reports for sustained misconduct allegations into the officer's personnel file as outlined in the policy. For alleged misconduct that is not sustained, the agency is required to place the investigative documents and misconduct investigation report into the department file. The primary takeaway, though, is agencies should follow their applicable retention schedules. The next comment from the Crossroads Police Department, Chief Sean Short, this is on page 29 of your packet. The suggestion is require that complainants be directly involved witness or an agency supervisor of the officer. The model policy, as we stated earlier in section 1.3, requires that the complaint be written and signed, which conforms with Texas Government Code 614022. So I think what that comment is suggesting a change to the language that the advisory committee had put in there. Staff recommends no change to the language based on as it stands right now, as long as the complaint be written. Next comment, Allen Police Department from Deputy Chief Kyle Taliaferro. This is on pages 5 through 8 of your packet. Regarding misconduct allegations, model policy 2.1 and 2.2, the basic question here is, how does this affect or work with civil service laws regarding how the length of time a complaint can be investigated, specifically Local Government Code 143.117. I would say in our staff's response is civil service law is going to trump whatever's in the model policy in the event that there is any conflict. It resolves in civil service law. If you look at the introductory sections to Chapter 1701, the TCOLE chapter, it will state as such. However, I think as the advisory committee worked through this, there were worked very diligently in the event. Most of this, nearly, in fact, I say most of this, strike that. The entire model policy is based on statute as it is in SB 1445, and they were very careful the way it was crafted, and it does follow civil service law to a great extent in the rare event that it does conflict, which I don't think we've come across anything that does. Civil service law will trump it. Next question from Deputy Chief Taliaferro again. How do you complete an investigation of alleged misconduct after the licensee separates from the agency? I think this has come up not only in the written public comment, but certainly in conversations that we as staff have had the last few months. The answer is, and this has came up several times during the advisory committee discussions, the agency must gather as much evidence as possible and make a determination based off of that evidence. This is not much different than a criminal investigation in which the suspect refuses to provide information that uses by example. So the short answer is do the best you can with the information you can gather.
Counsel.
Yes, sir.
I just want to make a comment on that. I agree with what staff is saying. I think as agencies, we're really quick to say, okay, that person no longer works here, so I don't have any authority to do anything. And the intent by statute, right, not by anything else, but by statute was, no, you need to do the best you can to finish that investigation with whatever facts that you can gather as a law enforcement agency, and it's a preponderance of the evidence for an administrative investigation for you to make a determination and turn it in. The employee is no longer there. They may go somewhere else, but I think that was the full intent of the legislature whenever they set that out. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yeah, thank you, sir. The next comment is from the Allen Police Department, Chief Dyke. Again, we have a suggestion regarding misconduct policy, which allows agency to upload their investigations in the format used by the agencies. Reformatting the investigation into a TCOLE specific form could be a lot of extra work. The response from staff is, in order to provide consistency across all agencies, ensure that all required information is transmitted to TCOLE. The required summary report will be a template provided by TCOLE. The Sunset Bill requires that the summary report be in a format as prescribed by TCOLE. And again, that is something that staff is working on to ensure once this goes live, there is that and uniformity and consistency among the reports. So the same information is being transmitted.
So I just want to ask on this one. I know that the idea here is to be concise and very, like a one to 2 page or tops, right? Basic information, summary of allegations, how it was done, and if there's more information that's needed, you're not going to be able to get every single detail out of what you guys are wanting in from the agencies, right? And so I envision doing a 1 page with a, these are the allegations, this is what had happened, and then it's submitted up. And if you want something else, that file is going to come from that other agency, right? If you want all the details of the whole our report of investigation, when I review our investigations, they can be 40, 50, 60 pages of information. So that's not what TCOLE is wanting.
No, this is not a one-stop shop for the background investigators.
Correct.
This is a starting point for them to get an overview before they go visit the agency or talk with the agency, so that they go in, at least with foundational information. But if the expectation, we're not trying to give you an expectation that all you have to do now is get with TCOLE and that's your background investigation. That's not it.
Yes, ma'am, and Commissioner, to your point, that summary report as it is being formatted and built, the purpose there is so that the background investigator, the hiring agency, can look at that and determine very quickly, one, for sure, were there sustained allegations or not, and the biggest thing is through that brief summary narrative, it will indicate, I need to go get this whole report and get further details about this, or very clearly, there were no sustained allegations. But they will always have the option, of course, to go and look at the full investigation.
Yeah, basically, you're getting an executive summary, and if you want to go look at the rest of it,
That's correct.
get after it.
But it is correct, and Madam Presiding Officer, you hit the nail on the head. It is not the one-stop shop. This does not take the place of a full background investigation, but it certainly lets the hiring authority from the new agency know there is something there that you do perhaps want to know more about, but it is not the full, complete background investigation right here on this one pager, for sure.
And Commissioner Hester, to that point, I'm going to take a comment here from Texas 2036. It's on pages 19 through 22. It's regarding the summary report, suggesting what information should be on that summary report. I will read it here. The summary report created by TCOLE should align with a list of conduct and behaviors outlined in the definitions of misconduct in the model policy and all possible outcomes of the investigation. Again, I think we'll go back to what was just discussed. The summary report will capture the required information as it's developed by staff. Jessica, would you have anything to add to that? The next comment is by Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport Department of Public Safety, Chief Brian Redburn. Chief Redburn, we had a similar comment on this earlier. This is on page 15 through 17 of your packets, suggesting that the language change signed by the complainant, end quote, to quote, signed by the person making the complaint, end quote, as this incorporates language from that was litigated in Colorado County versus Staff, Texas Supreme Court case from 2017. Staff relies on its earlier answer. In this court case, it should be noted, determined that the person making the complaint does not have to be the victim of the alleged misconduct. And we believe that's reflected in the language as it is in the model policy now. The complainant, simply, a complainant is a person who makes a complaint. It can be anyone. So that would be our staff's response, is to keep the language as is as it relates to who can make the complaint.
Just to get some clarification on that complainant part. So you're just saying basically it needs to be someone that the complainant is going to be someone that's involved in that signs it, and they're the complainant, right?
That's correct. Okay. That's correct. The next suggestion relates to the conduct that constitutes a violation that defines misconduct under the model policy. The suggestion is to limit the violations that must be investigated to Class B misdemeanors and above, and statutory violations that discredit a licensee as a professional. Also, Class C misdemeanors should be limited to repeated law violations, crimes of moral turpitude, assault, theft, drug violations, public intoxication, and disorderly conduct. I think in response, certainly the advisory committee put a great deal of thought into the definition of alleged misconduct and what it constituted and what misconduct was. They felt they sufficiently scoped it to include things were of a serious nature, which should be, those type of things should be cataloged, investigated, and notifying the next agency for the suitability of hiring for a licensee. And also importantly, under the SB 1445, misconduct is defined of more than violations of criminal law. So I think staff recommends that the language as stated in the model policy remain the same because it does incorporate both the statutory requirements and the will of the advisory board. The next suggestion speaks to, I think, the statement that the presiding officer made in misconduct allegations, paragraph 2.1. The recommended suggestion is to add, quote, unless the agency head determines that a reasonable delay is necessary to preserve the integrity of an ongoing criminal investigation, to end the sentence. The response of staff is the specific investigation strategy and tactics has been left to the discretion of the agency. The model policy cannot capture every possible scenario. So this does This leaves the language as is, that's staff's recommendation, in order for that flexibility in local conditions.
Whose comment was that?
That was Chief Redbridge. Chief Redburn's next suggestion is to replace "or" with "and/or" for the phrase "initiate an appropriate administrative or criminal investigation." Advocates of plain style, this is staff's response, that the plain style and the manuals of style are moving away from the use of "and/or" to just "or." Staff recommends that the language remain as is in the model policy. The next suggestion is that the agency should notify TCOLE that an administrative investigation is pending when a licensee separates while under investigation. Staff's response is this is a process issue and not a policy issue. This will be captured in the updated report of separation form and will not need to be added to the policy. Staff does not recommend a change based on that comment. The next comment is from the NYU School of Law Policing Project, Loris Troutman. The suggestion is to include more of the investigative materials with the summary report, is the discussion we had earlier, required in the model policy and submitted to TCOLE so that prospective employers and TCOLE can be better informed. I think it was stated earlier that that summary report is just the beginning, and it is a notice of whatever is underlying that report, and is up to the next agency to do their diligence and background and determine what that information is. Are there any questions or comments on the public comment that staff has covered there?
Okay. Are you finished with yours? Okay. The commissioners will now entertain anyone that is signed up to speak on this agenda item for misconduct, investigation, hiring, procedures, and personnel files. If you would like to come up to the podium, we would love to hear your comments and feedback.
No one. I know Stan stepped out. Nobody got anything?
Okay.
And Madam Chair, while I wait, while anyone who wants to come up on the comment, again, we recommend the only change we recommend to this model policy is amending the adoption date to for all law enforcement agencies to adopt this model policy no later than June 1st, 2025.
Is this the one that Stan was he the chair?
I did have one question for you, John.
Sure.
When we were talking earlier about the departments being able to have substantially similar policies, not just have to implement the model policy, if there's a conflict, if there's a disagreement, or maybe an employee believes that that policy is not substantially similar, but the chief administrator thinks it is, where's the mediation point? Would that come to TCOLE to be the decider of if it's substantially similar or not?
That's a good question, and I certainly think that we could illuminate based on the experience with the advisory committee's intent, knowledge of the reservoir of public comment we've received, and also intent of the commissioners. I think we could certainly be a resource to help interpret whatever conflict may be within a department or things of that nature, to the extent that we can, what is based in the model policy.
Thank you.
So is there gonna be something reviewed on audit? Like agency audit? I'm assuming? Are we gonna be reviewing that on like agency audit?
I was thinking more along the lines of if there's a question that came to us, what does this policy mean in section 1.2 or something like that? That's what I was thinking of, just an interpretation of it.
And last call for public comment on misconduct investigation, hiring procedures, and personnel files. And sir, we're limiting comments to 5 minutes. If you could state your name although we all know you, if you could state your name for the record.
Good morning. Stan Standridge here representing Texas Police Chiefs Association, also representing the committee. I chaired the misconduct committee, and so I have a lot of sweat and equity in this specific policy. I agree and echo everything John said. I do want to have a little bit more conversation about what Chief Redburn had suggested as it relates to complainant. Only because statute specifically has the language that he proposed. So if we wanted to be consistent with existing 614.022 Section 2, that statutory language would allow or the person making the complaint. Because even you had the question, who is the complainant? Is the complainant the one that brings the misconduct to the attention of the department? Or can a complainant be a supervisor that I direct to draft the complaint who has firsthand knowledge of the person making the complaint, et cetera? I don't know about you all and your agencies, but I have had some citizens want to bring forward misconduct, but they're scared to death to sign a written complaint. If we know the complainant and we look at what they are telling us, prima facie, first glance review, then I can direct a supervisor to then draft that complaint on my behalf. Since I'm the final arbiter of fact, I don't typically draft them myself. I typically have a different person. So I would actually agree with that recommendation and suggest that it requires to be signed by the person making the complaint. So it's more inclusive than exclusive. And that, by the way, that's straight out of existing statute, Government Code 614.022, Section 022 says, signed by the person making the complaint. So my recommendation is let's move away from complainant and let's use the actual existing statutory language.
Okay. Thank you, Chief, for your thoughts and your recommendation. Is there any comments from TCOLE staff on that?
I would concur with whatever the statute says. Let's put that in there. I agree with that, Chief. And that would be signed by the person making the complaint? Okay.
Yes, sir. Straight out of statute, existing.
So I have a question on, with that, do we have mechanisms in place with that statute, if that's the language that ends up going with? My concerns is that you get someone that follows, this is a way to create an anonymous complaint route, whereby you basically have, say you have an officer that has a grievance with another officer, and then they take out a personal vindictiveness approach and say, you know what, I don't like this person, so I want to file a complaint, but we're going to go this back channel way. It seems like a back channel way at times that can be used as a back channel way to file a complaint on someone for more personal grievances rather than true complaint issues from the community. I see concerns with this because I know that this has happened at other agencies, and I know that's not the intent of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to capture true complaints, and like most things in our criminal courts, you have the right to face your accuser. I think it's very important to know who that complainant is. If they believe that they have enough to warrant a complaint, then they should be able to have enough to come forward and file that complaint. I think most police agencies are very professional with their internal affairs divisions, have no problems initiating investigations, but I think it's very important we look at making sure that this doesn't create some back hole way where now we have officers getting caught up in personal petty conflicts, and this is being used as a back channel way to move forward on complaints with people. You see a lot of that at times when people get close to retire. You'll have folks that take out one last final thing, file a complaint, knowing that they can't retire while under investigation, or maybe they're looking for another agency and maybe create some hardship and headaches by utilizing that back channel approach. I just urge caution with that from experiences that I have or things that I've seen.
I would suspect most law enforcement agencies would agree with Commissioner Berry. There is grave concern across my chosen profession that anonymous complaints are troublesome only because, like you said, you have a right to confront those who are bearing complaint against you. So 614.022 doesn't already guarantee that. So at minimum, I think we stick with the statutory language. if you all would entertain an additional modification such that the person who makes the complaint at least knows the person or knows, firsthand information, that would be great, but you're gonna have to be willing to make that concession.
Would you envision that person being documented somewhere that is known who this person is? That it's documented anywhere, or is it just, they just mentally know who that person is? Or would y'all have that documented somewhere? In the way you're envisioning?
That's a fair question. It's a great question. Given my current chosen police chief's position in the city that I also represent, I think I probably need to abstain from answering.
I think that goes back to my point already, that I think that proves my concern. Thank you, Chief. Sorry to put you in a position like that. Thank you.
Might I add in there, Madam Presiding Officer, that the way that 614.022 right now functions in most agencies, I think, at least in my experience, is when what would be an anonymous complaint, a frivolous complaint, I think wise agency heads say, I'm going to need that in writing, and that alleviates the issue right away. Situations like what Commissioner Berry is talking about do occur, and they come up. Again, this being a model policy and a baseline, agencies are free to make it work, as you said earlier, for their own particular needs. I would be concerned about making it too restrictive, that when someone does call up and say, I saw this happen, but I don't want to get involved, and then if the agency takes a look at it, a cursory look, and sees what is very concerning, then that internal department complaint can be made to address what actually is a very large issue that needs to be investigated, with a written complaint from a lieutenant, a watch commander, or whatever, if it becomes too restrictive because they didn't know who that caller was. Well, they may now be restricted from making a complaint. Section 614.022 alleviates a ton of those issues. They also have to overcome the hurdle that it has to be of a serious nature, as what's already stated in here. This isn't to address people that show up late for work, that violate uniform infractions, that do more minor issues or problems. It's only for allegations of serious misconduct, as the committee did point out, as they've identified and defined. So I think that as it's written, and again, staff, we've batted it around over the last several weeks, and I really think it'll meet the needs of the vast majority of agencies, and some agencies that get it, and if they're experiencing issues like what Commissioner Berry is looking at, they can certainly, as long as it meets these minimum standards, then they can certainly tweak the policy to meet their individual standards. I'd be concerned, as you've said already, Madam Presiding Officer, we can't meet every agency's needs with a model policy. It's a model policy, and that would be my big concern with that.
Go to the part about the serious misconduct. One of those in there is allegations of untruthfulness. And I think, again, that's a big part. I think we all know integrity is the cornerstone and the pivotal foundation of our profession. Without that, we don't deserve to go forward and conduct our duties in the community. But with that being said, though, going back to those petty differences, knowing that you can make an allegation,
yes, sir.
I, as your supervisor, or someone else that's probably a bad example, but saying, you have a supervisor that's got a subordinate and they just clash, they have issues. Well, what if that supervisor or that subordinate files a complaint, goes to their chain of command and says this person lied and did this or did that? Now they keep that person off because he was afraid to come forward. Now we don't know about that. Now you have this standing allegation of untruthfulness, which is a serious allegation, which could be derived out of petty stuff. We've seen these things happen before, and that's why I'm very cautious. Is our current language that we have see fit, does that still capture the intent of what we've been tasked with capturing under this current language that we currently have? Will that still capture what we need to capture as is right now?
I think it's useful to look back at the actual sunset provision that govern what the advisory committee scope was, and it does have a provision for untruthfulness. If the question is what the substance is, whether the advisory committee could consider untruthfulness as a reason for, put it under misconduct, absolutely. Untruthfulness is part of it.
As it should be, untruthfulness should definitely be a serious misconduct. I don't disagree with that at all. But as what we currently have in the model policy by the committee that came up with, if we don't make any changes, if we keep it as is, we still capture what statute was asking of us and what that work group worked on together collectively.
I believe so. Okay. I think every provision in this model policy, all the model policies are rooted in statute, if not expressly stated by statute.
Yep. Thank you.
So I think I think I would copy the statutory language. I am thinking about the case that was cited, person making the complaints not limited to victim of misconduct. And I'm thinking, Mr. General Counsel, I'm not sure if you would know off the top of your head, but one of these complaints is made and say, the victim didn't sign it, it's someone else who's making the complaint, but it is signed by somebody. And I assume if they knowingly file, a complaint that they know is false or based on falsities, there's some penalty there, right? So even if it's not maybe the accuser directly or the victim directly, there is some backlash once you go down kind of this hole. And in the investigations process, would it be, ultimately that victim would be identified somewhere to substantiate those claims? I guess maybe some investigation wouldn't require, testimony from that person, but is there any perceived, are those safeguards there? Is that, maybe mitigating a little bit of Commissioner Berry's concern?
I can say from practice perspective, no. Most district attorneys are not going to entertain any notion of a citizen filing a false report, even if they know at the time that they filed it that it's a false report, if they're complaining of misconduct. So in theory, it sounds great. In practice, it is simply not done.
And I would echo that as well. That's never been done.
And I want to go back to Chief Stanridge's point about this, the recommended change, the person making the complaint, that is a more inclusive statement, which certainly my understanding, the advisory committee was looking to do that and not limit the ability of a person to make a complaint or who the complainant is, but also scoping it accordingly with statute.
I think once we get into this, as we see here, to do a one-size-fits-all is going to be very difficult, right? Mm-hmm. And part of this is to be a model policy, and each agency is going to have to. It's a model. Some are. I think as long as you have one way or the other, depending on which way your agency wants. Ours operates a lot like the chief does. But I also understand what Commissioner Berry's talking about, right? And so safeguarding against frivolous things that are just completely wrong, just for the sake of you just don't like some of them.
I'm also not sure that this signed by the complainant and signed by the person making the complaint are really that meaningfully different, because if the fear is, as this case cites, is not limited to the victim, signed by the complainant isn't really, it doesn't say signed by the victim either. The complaint could be interpreted as the person submitting the complaint, so maybe it's actually not too different, but again, I would just go with whatever the statute says.
I think the concern is that, and I'll use my agency for example, the vast majority of complaints filed against police officers at my agency is from other officers. Officers on officers file complaints on each other far more likely than the members of the community filing complaints on that. And I think that's a testament. I think that speaks volumes to officers trying to hold one another accountable. I know when I was going to the academy, we teach about being your brother's keeper, making sure you're keeping each other out of trouble, not making poor decisions, not violating your policy, not violating laws, looking out for each other, seeing someone that's getting flustered on a call, pulling them out and taking over. And so I think it speaks volumes to that. But I have also seen the other side of it. And that's the part is, we're here right now. I think the main point of why this came about is how do we hold those officers that have made, that really don't deserve to be in this profession anymore, the ones that have serious egregious issues that are hopping from department to department, how do we hold them accountable? My concern is that by opening up this backdoor channel and allowing someone to go and use a supervisor as being the official complainant rather than the true complainant of a crime, is you run that risk of taking good officers that haven't done anything wrong, put them through and subject them through the investigation process. They get stained with their reputations. They get, as we all know, reputation in our profession is everything, and it follows you your whole career. And you start having these things where these petty things can come into play rather than focusing on true complaints and true allegations. That's what the intent of my understanding of the intent of this is, to how do we hold those rogue officers accountable from jumping from department to department. Opening up this backdoor channel, I think, would really do more harm to those officers that just get caught up on petty differences of personal conflicts rather than true professional misconduct. And I think that's very important for us to stay focused on what we've been set out to do and hold those rogue officers accountable. I think this backdoor channel doesn't necessarily do that. I think as is does that. I think what y'all's group worked on captures that as is right now. I see your point of why going that in there. I mean, our agency was one of the ones that have gone through this, and so I'm very familiar with this topic. But I've also, over the last few years, I've seen the issues that have come out of this, and those are issues I don't want to see other agencies or other agency heads have to deal with that either, because then you're just opening an unnecessary can of worms, and that's another problem we're going to have to come back to and address later on. Or I think we can look at agencies that are already doing this practice, see the issues they're having, and not open that problem for other agencies or department heads. I think what y'all have worked on as is right now is captures exactly what needs to be captured.
So, Commissioner Barry, I totally agree with that. My last point is, it's right now it says signed by the complainant, and we know from the case the person making the complaint does not mean victim. What I'm wondering, and I don't think this case answered this, or without a court interpretation, it's not answered, but signed by the complainant and signed by the person making the complaint, I'm not sure what the actual daylight between those two terms are, how interchangeable. If a court looking at this would say, well, like, person making complaint isn't the complainant, or the necessity of you sign the complaint, therefore you are the complainant, is the same. And so I agree. My point's that there's maybe some ambiguity there. Maybe it's not really that different here.
No, I think in our industry, I think when we use the term complainant, I think for a lot of us, it's understood that it's the person coming forward with the complaint is the complainant. The person receiving the complaint in writing it up and drafting it and submitting it formally is not really the official complainant. Now, I don't think this negates that if a supervisor's reviewing body camera sees policy violations on their own, can't become the complainant. I don't think this negates that at all. I think that is still there. I think if they're doing their normal routine, their normal checks, and they see it firsthand, they're a firsthand account witness to it, they can become the complainant. I don't think what I'm saying negates that at all. I think what we're talking about is the person coming forward to the department, filing a complaint. That's the actual complainant, not the person receiving it, writing it up, and then submitting it.
Okay, so they're more of an intermediary to you. Okay.
Yes. But again, it's different when it's the supervisor reviewing. They see misconduct out there, they review it, and they put it forward. Now they're the actual complainant at that point in time.
Right. So it's not limited, obviously not limited to victim. It's person who identifies misconduct and reports it.
So, Chief, when you were in this committee, did y'all have this discussion? Or is this,
Extensively.
and you landed on complainant the outcome of the whole committee's work?
We landed on 614-022. I don't know that we had the full conversation about complainant, to Commissioner Berry's point. So honestly, I didn't even think of it. The committee didn't necessarily parse out complainant, to your point. But when I read the chief's comment, my immediate thought was, he's right. Complainant has a specific connotation, sometimes even a legal meaning. So I'll give a scenario. If an officer is complained against from a citizen, the citizen refuses to put it in writing, but the supervisor visits with the citizen extensively, perhaps even takes body camera footage of the complaint, and then drafts the complaint. At some point, there's going to be some type of administrative law proceeding. That officer is going to want to know, who is the original complainant? Then the legal argument is going to be, well, did that initial complainant put it in writing pursuant to 614-022? The answer is going to be no. I delegated it to a supervisor. That's why this is important.
And that goes to my point about creating a backdoor of anonymous complaints, which is what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, and I think to the second part of this investigation piece, it's up to the investigator to come out with, this is a frivolous complaint because the evidence doesn't support it. And if the supervisor's one becoming the quote-unquote complainant at that point, the person filing the complaint can then have a remedial letter of counseling or some other administrative action internally for the officer who came up with that frivolous complaint, just to tie someone up. I think there's still some protection there. And that, again, we're dependent on the agency. Agencies are going to do what agencies do. Hopefully everyone has a standard of control over that. But if we're basing our policy here and a rule on a statute, and our language differs from statute, and this is a question for the attorneys here, are we causing more of a legal issue down the road by having different language than statute?
My responsibility with that, and I think Commissioner Harvey said this earlier, and I agree with it. I don't think there's much light between the way it's written now and what the suggestion is. However, based on, I would recommend, let's just substitute the complainant for the person making the complaint. I think to track completely with the statute, I think that would be staff's recommendation based on the conversation here.
I only have two other small points, and they're not divisive. I just want to affirm what John had said earlier. There were comments in the public section that said there was concern that where the law compels you shall investigate for serious misconduct, doesn't provide a time frame. And so there was concern that that may violate civil service law. Typically, civil service law gives you 180 days to investigate and dispose. My response to that would be, the civil service law is not going to change. You still have the 180 days. However, Senate Bill 1445 is going to require you to investigate. You just may not be able to suspend, demote, or terminate, but you should still investigate. It's in everybody's best interest. You still have to investigate. So I affirm John's answer. The policy is good as it's written. You still have to investigate. It needs to remain a shall. And then Chief Redburn also talked about, could we further define violation of federal, state, or local ordinances? And then he goes into this nuanced language about Class B or above, et cetera. I think it's best answered by simply pointing to 2.1. 2.1 says that we shall investigate if it the matter may suspend, demote, or terminate. So I don't think we have to go into greater language. I think the draft policy as written is plenty substantive because 2.1 catches all of his concerns. Thank you.
Any further discussion, comments, questions? Okay.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to approve this particular one with the two staff recommendations of the date change and conforming on a sign by the person making the complaint as listed in statute.
I second that.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. And it would be remiss, Chief Standridge, if I didn't thank you again, you and Assistant Chief Anderson and your entire committee for the thought and the efforts and the work that went into it, developing this model policy. Thank you very much. Okay. We are going to move on now to minimum standards for law enforcement agencies.
Madam Chair, actually, if we could go and cover hiring procedures, model
I'm
policy,
sorry.
and then the personnel file.
Minor detail.
We'll get them all. Commissioners, next for your consideration is the State of Texas Model Policy for Hiring Procedures. This was conducted under the same advisory committee headed by Chief Standridge. I'll give you a brief overview of that model policy. I will lead with staff also recommends that the same adoption date, that this model policy be adopted by all agencies not later than June 1st, 2025. This relates to personal history statements, written consent, background investigation records, what the background investigation is. You'll see a great deal of this, which is already in 1701, 451, things that are occurring now under statute and have been going back to SB 24, which enabled agencies to look at documents from other agencies through the Secure Share system. You have provisions for psychological exam, fingerprint checks, firearms qualifications, and license appointment. And I will go through the public comment on this one. We will start off with, let me get you to, let's go to paragraph 6, 6.1. We had 3 questions related to this specific provision, the psychological examination provision. These public comments are on page 31, 32, and 33 of your public comment packet. They come from the Baytown Police Department, the Tyler ISD Police Department, Chief Brown, the Ty Police Department, Lieutenant Morrell. The question is, do the hiring procedures under 6.1 require a new medical examination, a new psychological examination, and fingerprints for every new hire? Question, how long is an L2 or L3 valid, the medical and psychological forms? The answer from staff is, the model policy contains the best practices recommendation from the advisory committee that a new L2, L3, and fingerprints should be received for each new hire. If the agency adopts the model policy as is, the agency will be required to send a prospective hire to the agency's practitioner for a new L2 and L3. The agency will also need new fingerprints for every new hire. However, Occupations Code 1701-303B only requires that a new L2 or L3 and fingerprints be obtained if there is more than a 180-day break in service for officers and jailers. Current policy provides that an L2 or L3 is valid for 180 days from the date signed or from the date of graduation of an academy. So in response, the short answer is the statute requires that the L2s and L3s and fingerprints for more than, or L2s and L3s for more than a 180-day break. The advisory committee discussed this as a policy matter, decided to incorporate as a best practice into the model policy to do it before being hired for each new hire. That's in 6.1. The next public comment is again from the Allen Police Department. The suggestion, change hiring procedures model policy 210 from a driving record from the Department of Public Safety, to a driving record from the state's driver's license authority to include the possibility of an out-of-state applicant. Texas Occupations Code section 451A3B, Romanet 9 states a driving record from the Department of Public Safety, so that's statutory language there that's in the model policy. Next suggestion, define professional reference in hiring procedures model policy 2.12. 2 professional references have been statutory requirement pursuant to section 451. Question, can the confidential information contained in the PHS and background investigation report be released to a psychologist or psychiatrist before performing a psychological exam? Texas Admin Code 217.1B12 already requires the release of this information to the psychologist or psychiatrist for the purposes of a psychological exam, an L3. Question, can an applicant submit a record of annual firearms qualification within the past 12 months from an out-of-state agency? And I know Cullen, I'll wake him up over there, he'll correct me if I'm wrong here. Texas Model Policy 8.1 does not limit the record of annual firearms qualifications to Texas agencies. Question, can TCOLE force an agency to terminate an officer during the provisional employment period based off a misconduct investigation submitted by a previous employing agency? This is a matter of statutory authority here. No, TCOLE cannot force an agency to terminate the officer. It is with the employing agency's discretion to terminate within the provisional employment period and their own local procedures and policies. Next comment from the NYU School of Law Policing Project, Lars Troutman. Suggestion, require a background investigation to include a Brady List checks and submit a professional reference from each previous employing agency. Staff response, Texas Occupations Code 1701 does not mandate that Brady List be checked. However, the National Decertification Index that agencies are required to check may include Brady List information. Chapter 1701, Section 451 only requires that applicants provide 2 professional references. That's a statutory requirement again. Agencies have the discretion to require more than the minimum required by law. As with all things, agencies have the discretion to require more than the minimum required by law. Suggestion, require an agency to perform annual criminal history check for every appointed officer. Response, TCOLE utilizes DPS's RAPBAC, which notifies TCOLE when an officer is arrested. Also, the arresting agency, the appointing agency, and the licensee are required to notify TCOLE through the criminal charges, that's an E1 form, anytime the licensee is arrested or charged for a class misdemeanor offense or above, and offenses involving family violence. Any questions, thoughts, or comments on either the public comments or the responses by staff?
Okay. Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to make any comment regarding this section? Okay. No questions or comments? Do we have a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve with the recommendation from staff on the date change. Sir.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Next, Commissioners, for your consideration is the last model policy in the suite of model policies considered by the Misconduct, Hiring Procedures, and Personnel File Advisory Committee. Again, I will start off with staff recommends that the language be inserted that this model policy be adopted no later, consistent with the other 2 model policies, June 1st, 2025. Brief overview, this model policy covers personnel files, what are contained in those, is either noted or corresponding with Local Government Code 143089, Civil Service Law. The corresponding Sunset Bill's provision is Occupations Code 1701 4535. It discusses the departmental file, the personnel file, what each one of those contain, contents, and what is acceptable for release for the purposes of background investigations and other requirements under law as it relates to confidentiality and requirements for these particular files. I will read from the Personnel Files Model Policy comments. I will start with from the Athens Police Department from Chief Chad Allen. The question, which files are submitted to TCOLE? Staff's response, the personnel file and department file are both submitted to TCOLE within 30 days of separation of the officer. We led with that one because that is the overall what files go to TCOLE to be put in the confidential database that will be developed by staff. Let's go down the list here, and we have the comment from Jennifer Zamansky from the Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas. This is on page 35 of your public comment packet. The suggestion is under Model Policy paragraph 3.3 that a amendment to the policy as it is now, if you will go down to the third sentence, the third line, first sentence, the phrase, unless the release is required by law, the comment recommends a change to unless the release is required by Texas Occupations Code 1701 451. That would be a more specific clarification. Staff agrees and recommends this change be made to the model policy. The next public comment is from the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport Department of Public Safety. Chief Redburn commenting again with a question. The question is, in the personnel files model policy, how should the department file be treated for purpose of the Public Information Act? It should be designated as stated in the model policy, as designated as confidential for inclusion in the statewide confidential database, and for the purposes of the Public Information Act, it should be if the agency, at the agency level, when an agency gets a request for this information, then they should, according to any other request for information that needs to be withheld, that they seek to withhold, they should seek a Attorney General a letter ruling on that information. As we discussed last commission meeting regarding this provision, TCOLE will be creating a legal technical assistance bulletin for guidance to agencies in order that what exceptions and or applicable law that can be raised to protect this information at the agency level. The next comment is related. This is from Texas 2036, Luis Soberon. The comment, department file could not be sent to the Texas Occupations Code 168 database because the database only contains the officer's license status and the officer's personnel file. Respectfully, I think that this particular statement, is getting conflated with what goes in the confidential statewide database and what may go in the public-facing database. Either way, this information ultimately does end up in the confidential statewide database, and staff does not recommend any change based on this comment right here. The next public comment is from the Allen Police Department from Chief Dye. Question, are written warnings that are not disciplined considered a notation of negative impact under the personnel files model policy, paragraph 2.2? Follow-up question, can these written warnings be purged? Answer, only documents that are required to be included in an officer's personnel file, as opposed to the agency's department file for an officer. It corresponds for a non-civil civil service city. Under the Sunset Bill, there is a file and a G file that this model policy tries to follow as closely as possible as the statute lays it out. Can be considered a notation of negative impact that triggers the required notification in 2.2. Again, I want to stress agencies should follow their relevant retention schedules. Allen Police Department from Deputy Chief Taliaferro. Question, can documents placed in the department's file be purged? Again, agencies should follow their relevant retention schedules. The agency shall maintain a department file which includes all information not required to be maintained in the personnel file. Again, follow your relevant retention schedules. The model policies are silent as to those. Question, will the agency provide the original or a copy days of separation of the officer? The agency will retain the original personnel file according to relevant retention and storage schedules. Next comment comes from the Grimes County Sheriff's Office, Chief Deputy Martha Smith. This is on page 37 of your packets, Commissioner. The question, for personnel files policy, paragraph 2.2D, does the 30-day response timeline keep an investigation open? Answer, the officer's ability to file a written response within 30 days of a negative document does not impact the completion of a misconduct investigation. The requirement to allow an officer to provide a written response in 30 days only applies to negative documents placed in the personnel file and not in the personnel file and not the department file. Question, this is again from Athens Police Chief Allen. Question, for personnel files maintained under paragraph 2.2C, can you serve in person instead of by certified mail if email service is not confirmed? Yes, as a general matter, always, beyond even this model policy. Personal service is permitted under 2.2A. I'm going to stress that again. Personal service is permitted under 2.2A. The certified mail requirements in 2.2C only applies when other methods fail. The advisory committee specifically devoted several members to a subcommittee on this to discuss what would be appropriate service under this particular model policy. From the Seguin Police Department, from Chief Jason Brady, this is on page 39 of your information. Can personnel files and department files be stored electronically and stored in combination? They can be stored electronically, and again, this is a local control and agency organization matter, how you store those particular documents, as long as the information is segregating according to what it is. One more question from Chief Allen from Athens. This is a, no, strike that. Any questions or comments on the comments and the staff responses?
Questions?
John, just for clarification, the staff's recommendation is to change the effective date, and then they agree with Ms. Zamansky's suggestion on adding the language of the Texas Occupations Code 1701.
That's correct.
51.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Do we have anyone from the public that would like to comment on this section? Okay, any further discussion from the commissioners? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to accept this model policy with the staff's recommendation amendment change.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. Good to go. We are going to take another quick break, if everyone can try to be back within 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, please note that we are back in session. Counselor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, next for your consideration is the proposed amendments to Rules 211-1, the definitions of the TCOLE rules, and which flow from the changes to Section 211-16, the establishment or continued operation of appointing entity. I'll lay out these rules. First, but I think it would be helpful to go back to the organic statute in this case in SB 1445, specifically Section 1701-163, as was retitled under the Sunset Bill, Minimum Standards for Law Enforcement Agencies. I will give you an overview of that. This requires the Commission, with input from the Advisory Committee, by rule to establish minimum standards respect to the creation or continued operation of a law enforcement agency based on the function, size, and jurisdiction of the agency. These requirements would include a determination which regards the public benefit of the agency, the sustainable funding sources for the agencies, and the sustainable portion of that was new language in the Sunset Bill. Previously, it was just the funding sources for the agency. The physical resources available to officers, including, and this is the new statutory language, all standard duty firearms, less lethal force weapons, including a requirement of at least one per officer on duty, effective communications equipment, protective equipment, including a requirement of at least one bullet resistant vest per officer on duty, officer uniforms and patrol vehicles and associated equipment. These are the new statutory requirements under 1701 as passed in the Sunset Bill. Additionally, there are new requirements in addition to the previous requirements for use of force policy, vehicle pursuit, and other policies, for active shooter policies and barricaded subject policies. The end of the new statute was also required any other standard the Commission considers necessary. Again, this is 1701-163 as passed in SB 1445. Going to proposed Rule 211-16, I'll give you a brief overview of that in light of what was just read under the statutory authority there. Again, we see provides public benefit to the community, sustainable funding regarding all the firearms, less lethal force weapons, effective communications equipment, with specifics for communications equipment. Also, relations to vehicles, which we will have a recommended change to some of that language later. Evidence sources, evidence room or other acceptable secure evidence storage for officers whose duties include any of the following. Again, this is going back to the function, size, and jurisdiction of the agency requirements that the Advisory Committee took into account. You'll also see requirements for policies, further policies regarding to outside and off-duty employment, training required to maintain license, uniform and dress code, personnel files, as you see, is related to the model policies which you have adopted this morning. Established administrative structure, organizational charts, projection for full-time police officers, number of SRO positions employed by the agencies and working in schools, and also, the final provision, all law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule. This was in addition to the other requirements considered by the Advisory Committee. And the proposed language relates to an agency which fails to provide these reports over a period of time. Dormant agency would go inactive and would have to apply as a new agency. This is the rule as proposed. As we will go through, I will ask TJ and Aaron, who were the agency liaisons to this Advisory Committee and rule, if they have anything to add to the overlay and outlay of the rules I just proposed. we'll go to the, and also one of the definitions on Rule 211.1. These definitions that are changed are ones regarding to less lethal force, patrol vehicle, and sustainable funding sources and uniform are related to the changes in 211.16. I will go through the public comment. Now for the minimum standards for LEA rules. Oh, and let me do this before we proceed any further, just like we did on the other rules. For the provision, at least one motor vehicle owned and insured by an agency, that's subsection F on the proposed 211.16. Staff is recommending for the adoption date, or at least this is a date to amend here. Staff is recommending at least one motor vehicle owned and insured by an agency created on or after June 1st, 2024. Again, that provision should read, staff is recommending at least one motor vehicle owned and insured by an agency created on or after June 1st, 2024. Now, going to the applicability of this particular rule, the effective date of this rule for agencies not in existence on June 1st, 2024 is June 1st, 2024. Again, the effective date for this rule for agencies not in existence on June 1st, 2024 is June 1st, 2024. All the requirements will apply to an agency who is starting up. Now, the effective date of this rule for agencies already in existence on June 1st, June 1st, 2024 would be September 1st, 2025. I'll say it again, the effective date of this rule for agencies already in existence on June 1st, 2024 is September 1st, 2025. And Jessica, you had a note on the reports, the proposed reports required under this, what the proposed adoption date for that would be?
Not regarding adoption, but the mock-up.
Okay. So what are they?
I don't have any additional comments regarding adoption.
Okay. So we'll go through the minimum standards for LEA rules public comment. We'll start off from the Sheriff's Association of Texas, from the Executive Director, Skylar Hearn. Suggestion: instead of a one-size-fits-all rules, this rule should focus on small, non-constitutionally mandated agency. Staff response: SB 1445 and effectuated amended Texas Occupations Code 1701-163 requires TCOLE to establish minimum standards with respect to the creation or continued operation of a law enforcement agency based on the function, size, and jurisdiction of the agency. From the Kimball County Sheriff's Office, Sheriff Alan Castleberry. Suggestion: sheriff's offices should be exempted from the requirements of proposed Rule 211.16. Sheriff's office is related to unfunded mandates by the requirements of the proposed rule. Again, response will go back to the previous response. SB 1445, as amended in Texas Occupations Code 1701-163, requires TCOLE to establish minimum standards with respect to the creation or continuing operation of law enforcement agencies based on its function, size, and jurisdiction. From the Sheriff's Association of Texas, from Sheriff Larry Smith from Smith County, President of the Sheriff's Association. This is on page 58 through 59 of your public comment packets. Comment: TCOLE does not have the authority to inactivate constitutionally mandated agencies as described in the proposed rule. Response from staff: I'll get back to the proposed language that staff suggest in response to that particular public comment. Comment: newly elected officials enter office on January 1st and the annual report is due March 1st. This only gives a newly elected official 2 months to come into compliance. Response: the specific circumstances that may lead to an agency not meeting these standards will be taken into account by TCOLE. If this specific situation arises, please reach out to TCOLE immediately so that we can work together to help the agency meet these minimum standards. The rule is also an unfunded mandate that goes far beyond the statutory language. Response: TCOLE and law enforcement agencies are required to follow the laws of the state of Texas and the legislature through SB 1445, and again as amended through 1701-163, requires the agency to establish minimum standards with respect to the creation or continued operation of law enforcement agencies. I'm going to go back to the inactive language as suggested by Sheriff Smith. Staff would like to make the recommendation in response to this public comment to change proposed 21116 subsection F, I believe it is. Yeah, let me get there. To the following. All law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report by March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule. I'll say again, all law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report by March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule. And the rest of that provision, subsection, from an agency that does not complete all the way to as a new agency, strike through that. Staff recommends that change to the provision based on Sheriff Smith's public comment.
John, can I provide one clarification there?
Please.
We wanted to add the date that you can first submit it, and so it would be all law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report due between January 1st and March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule.
Could you say that again?
Yes, I can. All law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report due between January 1st and March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule.
And that's in reference to which reports, either you or TJ's, for the benefit of the discussion?
It's for the annual report, and that would line up with when the racial profiling reports can be submitted online. So it's the same window of time, January 1st to March 1st.
Any further comments from staff regarding the proposed amendment on that timeline as far as the reports or annual reports? Any further to add at this time? Okay. Yes, sir.
I want to clarify what Sheriff Smith had sent that you had made the recommendation on again.
Yes, sir.
Can you go over that one more time, and then I have a question?
Of course. The recommendation is, or the comment was, TCOLE does not have the authority to inactivate constitutionally mandated agencies as described in the proposed rule 21116 subsection F.
Okay.
And again, the intent, and I will rely on see if TJ or Aaron have any correction to this, the intent of the advisory committee was when they proposed that rule and approved that rule to bring it to the commissioners, was that for the purpose of inactivating dormant agencies who had failed to submit reports after several years or had no longer zero appointees for a period of time as well.
Okay, and then you had made a recommendation, staff recommendation was to strike through?
That's correct.
Which part again?
The proposal, Commissioner Hester, is to keep the first sentence, all law enforcement agencies must complete.
Good.
With the language that Aaron just submitted by March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule, and strike everything beyond an agency that does not complete a report will be placed in an inactive status until the report is completed, and strike through an agency that is inactive for 5 continuous years may only resume operation after reapplying as a new agency.
Okay. So now I want to talk about what the report looks like, because I think that's some of the heartburn people may have, is what the actual report looks like. So can we have an idea of what you guys envision with that? Go ahead, or whatever else you have, PJ.
She's got up there. Before that, though, Commissioner Hester, can I address one important thing? Because
Yes.
I think there was a misunderstanding that inactive.
Yes.
And like John said something about inactivating the agency. Certainly, we can't inactivate an agency. That wasn't the expectation there. that was looking at only at unmanned agencies at some point, placing them in inactive status administratively in our files. It had nothing to do with taking action against the agency.
You can still do that on the back end anyway.
If an agency is manned and refuses to submit their reports, that's an enforcement and a discipline issue.
Yeah, you go through the process for that.
That was only intended to address agencies that have 0 staffing levels for a period of years, that you can't go unmanned for 10 years and then somebody shows up and now you're an agency.
All of a sudden you just were like, oh, I want to reconstitute this
Exactly.
city marshal's office that's been vacant for 10 years. Okay,
That was the intent of that section.
okay. Now, I'm assuming behind me is what the report is, first shot of what the report's going to look like. So is this your shop?
It is.
Okay.
Yes, behind you on the screen is a mock-up of what the report will look like. It is in draft form, as the rule hasn't passed yet. It does need some fine-tuning, so I'll clarify that. There's still some work to be done here.
So it should say draft across the.
Like a watermark across, yeah.
Yeah.
So the design of this report is to serve 2 purposes. 1, to educate, and 2, to kind of gauge where we're at as across the state as a whole and identify which agencies still need support in getting into compliance. So the first half of the report outlines the new requirements. Should this rule change pass and be adopted, then TCOLE has an obligation to educate 2,700 plus agencies across the state of what their requirements are. And this annual report is a great vessel for doing so. So the top half outlines and sort of summarizes the requirements of 21116 and provides links to the rule reference. Then below that, we take this opportunity to make sure our records are accurate for the chief administrator within our system. And then you have a choice of 3 radio buttons to select. 1, are you in compliance already? 2, are you in progress, which means maybe you've implemented one or more aspect, but you're still progressing. And 3, you need additional support from TCOLE, and that would prompt an FSA to contact your agency to support you through the process.
And I'm assuming, like the Target 100, our FSAs are going to be monitoring this and reaching out and doing what we do proactively to help out our agencies that need help. And so this is going to be in TCLEDs, similar to the racial profiling report.
In the same area,
In the same area in the portal.
So what you'll see in TCLED on the left-hand menu is a new link that shows annual reporting, and right now it says DRS, and below that it says racial profiling, body-worn camera. That will change to annual report, and when you click on that, you'll get a new landing page that shows racial profiling reporting, law enforcement agency annual reporting, and then the optional body-worn camera submission. And this is the page that you'll get when you click on the annual reporting.
And so I just want to address, like, there's a lot of public comment about state overreach, unfunded mandate, additional bureaucracy of paperwork. Like, I think the perception is there's this big, long report that you got to do and attach all your policies and all your documents and attach all those things. While we may come look at those during an audit or whatever to make sure everything's good, that's not the intent here, right? The intent here is to capture in the most efficient and succinct manner possible in order to meet our statutory obligations. Because I don't know about the rest of my commission, I'll speak for myself. We are directed by the legislature to do this, and to hear people say, well, you guys are overreaching and this is an unfunded bureaucracy thing, is like, man, we're doing what we're tasked to do by the Texas legislature, right? So I just want to make that point, and just, I'm glad you guys have this, because I wanted people to see. I know that was the intention in talking with staff during our workshops and during previous commission meetings, but I just want to make sure everybody hears that, like, we're trying to make this as distinct and easy as possible for agencies to do so. I don't have anything else, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hester, along those lines, the people who are here and informed and involved are not our target audience with this, right? Is that
Absolutely not.
we have new chief administrators all the time. That first box there where it confirms who the chief administrator is invaluable. We have so many agencies where the chief administrator has changed. We weren't notified, and all of our communication is still going to the wrong person. Part of the reason they're not in compliance is because the new chief administrator doesn't know. That's part of our effort, and now reaching out to new chiefs immediately and notifying them the limit and the classes they have to take, because some of them don't find out for a year, and then they only have a year left to get in compliance. So this is consistent with our effort to find those groups that need help and then give them the resources they need very early in the process, rather than waiting till it gets to enforcement or till there is a problem where you're not meeting statute and you have to make changes suddenly.
If you're a new chief administrator, the first two people you should go meet is who is your training coordinator responsible for all your stuff, and who's in charge of evidence, because we're about to do both of those really quick.
And this will help us speed that process.
Yeah. Greg, could you talk too about your conversations with Lemet and others on how we get this message out?
Absolutely, and I'll start with the biggest thing here is will be a tool, a mechanism to help us really allocate our scarce resources to where they're needed the most. And that's where, first of all, it lets us know who we need to be talking to, because we have that information is wrong because we don't get notified. So it's finally a tool that'll help us know who to talk to. And those radio buttons help us know who needs our assistance and our support most, so we can direct those scarce resources in the most efficient way, because we don't have enough people to go out, and most of the agencies are doing fine, but some can use more support, and that's what we want to do with this. But as we go out and we talk with Lemet, we talk with the chiefs, with the constables, the sheriffs, we want to make sure that we help everyone understand. Again, it's a huge education piece. We recognize, and as Jessica had pointed out, there's a lot of stuff in this new law, in the new statute, that is confusing. People don't understand it. And so this is the first step at that education, because it's, and I had a conversation with one of the sheriffs already today. Everybody, it's like our citizens, they want to, they're good people. They want to comply with the laws, with rules. So the law enforcement community is especially that way. People become chiefs and sheriffs and constables because they're rule followers, because they want to comply. And if they don't know what the rules are, it makes it quite difficult. So as we go out across the state from north to south, east to west, this is the way that we can reach the most, the quickest. And then as we follow along behind that, we'll be able to help people understand so that they can voluntarily comply. So as Major Vineyard said, we want to get there before it becomes an enforcement case, and we end up with a reprimand on a license or anything like that.
And I think that's the other important part too, right, is when you talk about from a regulatory perspective of the education component first, the goal always on the regulation side is to get people in compliance. It's not there, and I know, some of the folks may be watching or be like, man, TCOLE's just out here to sitting around waiting on, I got you moment, and then here's your paperwork and here's your reprimand. That's not the direction we want to go, right? We want to have voluntary compliance with these and help you get there and provide the assistance needed to get you there. But at the end of the day, if you just snub your nose at the licensing authority and say, pound sand, I'm not going to do anything you asked me to do, well, then we're going to have to take the appropriate action. But I know that from the executive director side and what staff want to do is we want to be able to help everyone get in compliance, because at the end of the day, this makes it better for our profession as a whole in the entire state. So thank you.
Yes, sir. And this will tell us, if you don't need help and you've got it, then we don't need to spend much time with you, and we can move on to those. And then also, if you're working on it and you can handle it, great. But there's going to be a lot of agencies, a lot of chief administrators that they need support. And so that'll help us allocate the field service agents. It'll help us allocate our limited staff. We'll come help you out, because the vast majority want to voluntarily comply. There are those few that choose not to, but those are a small number, and it makes it easier for us to deal with those for the good of the vast majority.
It will also help us in our EI discussions on the budget committee.
Exactly.
To reiterate what he said, for those that want to comply, I think having an annual reminder of the section to review to make sure you're in compliance is also useful. The background investigation class we're putting together, I'm excited about that, but I think that the new background model policy that every agency will adopt is even more important. It's a bigger step. That we talked to so many background investigators who didn't know certain things. They don't read 1701-451 of the Occupations Code. They do read their own policy manual. And having that document in front of them that guides them through compliance with the law will make them more successful. Giving chief administrators an annual reminder of the requirements so they can make sure they're there will help make them more successful. I would rather they do it themselves than we have to be directly involved.
Sorry, sir, we hijacked your presentation there.
Next comment comes from Judge David Hullum from Eastland County. Question: will the agencies be required to provide firearms, less lethal force weapons, and bullet-resistant vests to officers? Staff response: neither the rule nor the statute mandates who is responsible for purchasing these items as long as the officers have them available. Question: can an agency outsource the storage of evidence to another agency? Staff response: the rule contemplates, quote, other acceptable secure evidence storage, unquote. Here's the public comment in relation to staff and staff's response with the amended language to the rule. Here's the public comment that spurred the amendment. Question: are constables' offices required to have a vehicle owned and insured by the agency? As amended, the new rule will apply to new agencies created on or after June 1st, 2024. Staff is suggesting to amend the rule by changing at least one motor vehicle owned and insured by an agency created on or after June 1st, 2024. Similar comment was regarding the vehicle provision was submitted by from Eastland County Constable Precinct 2, Constable J. Drusdo. Existing agencies will be exempted from the requirement to have a vehicle owned and insured. And also from Sheriff Nathan Johnson from Real County regarding the requirement of each agency have a vehicle owned. That amendment was made in response to those comments. Question, again, this is from Judge Hullum. Will existing constables' offices be required to take the TCOLE mandated training? Response: the training only applies to entities that are applying to create a new agency. From the Cherokee County District Attorney's Office, Investigator Marvin Acker. Question: will there be further guidance for smaller agencies and agencies that perform fewer functions with regard to the rule requirements? Staff response: these rules will not go into effect immediately for existing agencies. TCOLE will provide education and guidance regarding the requirements in the interim period. And as always, submit your questions, please, to TCOLE and your field service agent. From the Baylor University Police Department, Lieutenant Andrew Huntington. Suggestion: strike public from the requirement that an agency, quote, provides public benefit to the community because some agencies service private universities. Staff response: this provision of law enforcement services to private universities is still a public benefit to the community, and it tracks the statute. Those are the public comments for your consideration.
Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to come up and speak to this policy? If you'll please come up.
Who's first, the sheriff or the constable?
You can state your name and who you are with, and you have 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. I'm Larry Smith. I'm the president of the Sheriff's Association of Texas. And last time I was sitting here, the guy to your left, your right, had dark hair. So it's been a while since I've been here.
I'm just glad I still have it, Sheriff. I'm just glad I still have it.
Been in law enforcement 48 years, and we appreciate very much what you are doing, and appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you today. As I told the new executive director earlier, we want to help as well. We're not here to stick a stick in anybody's eye or anything of that sort. We want things to be better for everybody. But we still, and we appreciate the changes that you just made, that you just talked about, but we still think a little bit of it, and not really talking about the agency, the size of the one that I represent, because we have 400 employees, we can afford vests, but some of us, we haven't had them that long. And the firearms and things of that nature, we just believe that some of that is an unfunded mandate for some of your smaller agencies, and it makes it difficult for them. I've seen some out there, don't ask me to list them now, but they're past the 5-year date that they're supposed to be good for, and they're proud to get those. So it's very difficult for some agencies to comply with that. We just believe as an association, we've talked to all the sheriffs that we could, that there's some things that we could clean up a little bit more so than what you have as far as the requirement for the vest and all that. When will something come out about what I tried to keep up with as close as I could, but the new changes that you've made to it sometime after the meeting now, or it will be posted, or?
Counselor?
Oh, Sheriff, the effective date, this will apply to agencies that exist right now.
Right.
In September 1st of 2025.
Okay. No, what I meant is when the changes that you just made.
Yes, sir.
Will come out in publication where we can read them.
Oh, those would be
on your website or something?
Yes, sir. Those would be probably the next 2 to 3 weeks is when those would be in the final form in the Texas Register, and we have them on the TCOLE website as well.
Okay. Again, what I'll leave you with here is accreditation is what we're concerned with. Governor Abbott vetoed it, and we still think that they're somewhat leaning that direction is what we're concerned about. Not just now, but in the future about the way this thing's going. But we want to work with you and appreciate everything you do. And we had a Zoom meeting with a new executive director recently and discussed this, and we appreciate his willingness to come and talk to us, and appreciate working with you and look forward to working with you in the future, but we'd like you to give that some more thought, the things I talked about. Any questions?
I'll just want to be real quick. So, about your comment about not having enough money to get ballistic vests. I just want you to know that there is grant money out there from the state of Texas through the governor's office to get rifle-resistant vests. So if you have members in your organization that don't have those funds, help guide them to those resources to where they can get some through the state for their officers. So let them know that there are means out there through grants for them to help them get this.
Yes,
so.
and we do that.
Okay.
As well. There are a lot of different ones out there, even for the K-9s.
Yep.
So
yes, sir.
We use that all the time.
Sheriff.
Yes, sir.
I've lived that life. We didn't have enough money to buy anything. We had to buy our own handguns, our own rig, our own bullets, our own vest if we wanted one. I've lived that life. Thankfully now our agency is very blessed. We've had more donations in the last 8 years that I've been in office we've ever had, that we've been able to purchase those items. But I do know that some of those smaller populated communities don't have the tax base for their agencies to purchase these items that are needed for those officers, to help them do their job better, keep them safer. I have lived that life, and I know the intent of the legislature and TCOLE is to help those officers in their pursuit of doing their job and doing it correctly. But I've lived that life, and we all know that every time the session begins, it's going to cost us all money, time, and trouble. Happens every time, and we can change that. You just got to talk to your local people, state reps, whatever. But I agree with you, in that respect.
Right. We were there during the legislative session and believe that from what we saw that part of this was not the legislative intent. In talking to the representatives and to the senators that put this into action, we don't believe it was completely their legislative intent to go as far as some of it went. But I will tell you that we just now, I have 400 employees, about 200 and something certified, commissioned, and we're just now getting firearms for them. Everybody has bought their own. But we haven't always been able to do that. I had to rake, scrape, and do everything I could when I went in office 12 years ago to get what we have now. And thank God we've been able to do quite a bit. But a lot of agencies out there are just not able to do, I think, some of the things that it's a little over the line, I think, about what some of them are going to be able to comply with some of these rules. And it's not my department or my agency, it's some of the other ones that we see throughout the state. That's all I've got.
Oh, how available.
No, it is, yeah. Sheriff, I'll just speak on my behalf, so on my commissioners. I understand where you guys are coming from. My first job was at Tom Green County Sheriff's Office, and they said, here's your list of approved guns that you can go buy, and I went and bought my own weapon. I work at an agency now that provides everything to us, so you have both, and I think you have a lot of agencies out there, large and small, both that still operate in that manner. And I don't think, maybe I'm wrong here, I don't think my review of this is a mandate that you have to physically provide the funding for them to go buy their weapon, right? When I look at this, it says, that they have the physical resources available. However you choose to do that as an agency head based on your available funding and things that you can do, I don't think that particular portion is going to change in my interpretation, and maybe I'm wrong, is that certain agencies are still going to say, hey, here's your list of what we say are guns that you can go use and carry on duty, and you have to provide that, or whether it's an agency like mine that provides everything for us. I wish that all of us were adequately funded across the profession to be able to do that, right? That everyone was able to get a primary weapon, a backup, and all the necessary equipment, and every 5 years your body armor was done on the interval that it needed to be. And maybe one day we can get there. I think a lot of agencies do very good at that, and a lot of jurisdictions do. But thank you for your comment and for your continued support.
Right. Thank you, Chief. And one of the things, I appreciate your comments, but what I'm afraid of is some of the agencies that read this are going to take it as face value and not read into it what you do. That's my concern.
Yes, sir.
More than anything.
And I think some of that is probably where we, from the executive director and team come out to, all the associations and the Sheriff's Association, TPCA, the Justice, Peace, and Constables. We understand, growing up in rural West Texas, I get it. I had a county in my area of responsibility that there was the sheriff and 3 deputies. And that's just how it was. When you read this deal about a uniform, it's not the standard uniform like Chief Standard just talking about out there, right? It's their uniform policy was nice starched jeans, a white shirt with your badge and your duty rig, and you might have had a jacket that said Sheriff's Office on it, and that was your uniform, right? And I think everyone understood that was in compliance with how things are with that. Right. But we understand the difference between, the 3,000 or 4,000 agents, person agency, or a couple of hundred versus the 5-man department, right. Especially those sheriff's offices that are right. Statutorily there and constitutionally there.
Is there a way that we could find out how many underfunded agencies we've got in the state of Texas and maybe go to the legislature for a funding mechanism for those agencies? Is there a way we can do that?
That'd be very difficult, but it's doable.
Well, out of 2,700 agencies, I would like to. It'd be nice to know how many of those agencies are severely underfunded.
Right. We could send out some emails and see what we get back and work on it. But for the time being, we just trust y'all to do what I'm hearing right now, and which I've never had any issue at all. I've been, again, 1976 is when I started. Of course, I went to federal government and got enough sense to come back after I retired, but, or some people think I didn't have enough sense and I came back. But anyway, I've never had a problem with TCOLE or TCOLE as it was back then, and we trust you, but we just know what's going to happen if some of these other agencies read this and they're going to take it at face value, and instead of doing what you talk about. I trust you 100%, and I don't know the rest of you as well, but.
Well, we definitely want to, we hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
We understand.
Mhm.
We want to work with you. But I'm going to ask you for your help now.
Sure.
In helping, in working with our executive director, as well as all of us, to make sure that we can get the word out so that we can quell all the rumors. We know how rumors fly around.
And we appreciate that.
And just make sure that everyone understands and that we're here to help in any way that we can.
Right. And we told him that the other day, we're here to help him, here to help each one of y'all, and anything we can do is, I'll be glad to give you my phone number, email address, or whatever, and we'll work with you. Thank you very much.
Thanks,
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Hester, if I can add to what you said, having worked with that group, and the presiding officer was a sheriff, and that was a particular concern that was discussed at length by that group. They made the effort to travel all across the state. They traveled more than any other groups to seek input on that. And one of the things that was discussed was there going to be funding attached to that? And the discussion that we got to the level was, if we have one revolver and one vest, we put it in the drawer, the next guy comes in, he gets it out, there's one straight stick that stays in the car, are they in compliance? And they are in compliance. Is that what is the worst case scenario? What is the minimum that we can do but still be in compliance with the law? The law requires you to have those things, so we didn't feel like this gives them the most freedom at the agency level. It gives the chief administrator the most leeway in decision making. And we felt like hopefully gave them the ability to stand and make the argument for funding, like you were saying, at their level of, this is what the state requires, these are the things we need, but to be able to be in compliance with the law.
Yeah. And just a public comment, we try to be very strategic in the appointments on the different advisory committees, and this was a committee that we very strategically appointed a sheriff to be the presiding officer, because we understood. Well, we wanted that connection. We wanted their perspective. We wanted to truly understand. It's real easy for some of us to sit up here that are able to provide uniforms and you know, weapons and vests and vehicles, but we also unfortunately recognize that there are agencies out there that don't have the funding to do that. So we wanted to make sure that we had a voice for that. So not to delve too much into the political side of it, but I think it's a fair conversation to have with the officials that we elect, that you know, this is the mandate and we need your help. So just a thought. I hope I didn't overstep there.
I think you had one more comment from the JPCA.
Do we have anyone else that would like to come up and speak to?
Thank y'all very much. I'm Sheriff Scott Cass from Lamar County, and I appreciate the chaplain's prayers about doing the very best that we can do, and I appreciate getting to meet TCOLE the other day. We had a Zoom, and he probably looked at me, and my hair is about as short as yours is. And we look forward to seeing you at our sheriff's conference as well. I look at TCOLE as our partners, our law enforcement partners, and I know sitting on advisory boards is tough. I sit on jail commission advisory rule committee, and so you have to look at those. And I appreciate what we heard today, because as I told the director the other day on Zoom, that I was concerned about F as it reads now, and one of my questions was what's inactive to a constitutional office. So I appreciate y'all looking at that as well, and seeing to I believe you're wording it correctly. But I think that when I first looked at this rule, it seems, and I don't want to belay it, but it just seemed to mask accreditation, and I think that was voted down back on, I think it was Senate Bill 267. And I know that you have things, I know that this is in your lap to take a look at and do the very best you can to fashion those rules. But it just looked like that there were some things that were basically more than what the actual, I think, 1445 called for. So although I realize there's statutory requirements in the bill, but it just looked like that this rule went beyond it. And I appreciate the commission and Madam Presiding Officer realizing that as we look at it. I also sit on the Sheriff's Association board that I'm a medium agency. I have a 196 bed jail, have about 84 employees. Larry's a lot more than that, but there are a lot of agencies and sheriff's offices all over that's going to that this is going to be troublesome for them. The vest, as we just talking about the vest, it doesn't say a vest in a, it says a vest that's in warranty. So that particular vest nowadays, I think back when I started, Larry, back some of the old sheriffs in here, Mike, those vests were about $250, $300. Right now they're about $1,000. And so when you read this, it just, that was why I got up at 3-something this morning and drove here to talk to y'all. And I appreciate to be able to come and visit in the communication and talk. Because when you look at that, the cars, talk about the cars, I think I waited 2 years nearly for a vehicle not long ago before it ever came in. And I know there's going to be a lot of problems with that as well. Funding vehicles and Commissioner's Court getting the necessary appropriations to the budgets to make that work. I will tell you this, it's a blessing that Lieutenant Governor, the Governor, we passed SB 22, and it helped a tremendous amount of sheriff's offices, all in county attorney's offices, constables' offices, all across the state. And so that was a tremendous blessing. But a lot of that money went to salaries. And so I see that they're going to have some issues on that. So I don't want to just keep on going on, but it's just when I looked at that, I looked at this, I looked at the rule, and I am a rule follower. We are rule followers. I don't know how we'd be anything else but that. And about to be 62, working on 62, and been working law enforcement for a long, long time. And we are rule followers. And every comment that I heard that the commissions talked about doing what is right, and that is what we're here for, to do what's right. Make sure our offices and our agencies are getting the very best. You know, we're in challenging times. We are in some changing and challenging times. And we haven't even heard anyone talk about how difficult it is to staff our agencies, to staff our jails. And so when you see this also it goes along with that, trying to figure out how you're staffing. And so that's why I just think it's so important that we take a couple of minutes and look and see what's going on and make sure that what we've put in here, that it doesn't have a lot of extra, because it looks like to me that maybe there were some extra that maybe weren't exactly in 1445, and it has become a little extra. And so I appreciate your time. I don't want to belay anything, but I think it was good to be able to come and at least talk to y'all. Appreciate you looking at our Sheriff Association letter. I believe that it's good that we give solutions and not just say, hey, here's what's the matter with it, something. We gave a solution, and so I appreciate y'all looking at that. I do.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else that would like to speak?
Good afternoon. My name is John Wayne Valdez. I'm the sheriff in Rush County over in East Texas, not far from where he is. Just a couple of comments. I just applied for a grant for vests for $35,000. Within the first month, they called me back and said they just cut that request in half. I got 21 guys on the street, if I'm fully staffed, which I'm not. I have not been fully staffed since I took office 3.5 years ago. I've been as much as 7 down. I got it cut down to 3 down. 4 jail staff short. Every one of us that are in law enforcement in this room have shortages. if we start putting a bunch of mandates, and I hate to use that word because it's really not an ugly word, but the harder you make it on us, the harder it is for us to be able to properly protect our citizens. I was on the Fit for Duty committee with TCOLE, sat in the room with them several times. I am a rule follower. But don't tell me I can have an evaluation, a medical evaluation of one of my deputies and set them up for failure. If I don't have a physical fitness requirement, and I'm not saying we all need to have CrossFit deputies, because if you saw a few of mine, they're not. But what I brought up was, TCOLE requires we shoot once a year, minimum standards. How many officer-involved shootings do we have compared to physical altercations, foot chases? Sometimes those go hand in hand. That foot chase turns into an altercation at the end when you're already out of breath. We can't set them up for failure. I want to protect the guys. My men and women that work on the streets, hadn't been that long ago, I was a patrol sergeant. So I've not been on this high on the food chain yet until now. My comments with TMPA reps or CLEAT reps or anybody else is this: if I don't help them have the tools that they need, not just vests, not just guns, not just less lethal, but the tools for training, education-wise, as well as tactics, I set them up for failure. I can't, if I am able to help TCOLE finish that Fit for Duty by coming up with a test, one size doesn't fit all. It does not. Even DPS would attest to that, because they've changed their physical fitness test several times. Some of the agencies I've been around, depending on your age, you don't have to do as much of that test to be able to pass it. And again, a minimum standard. All I'm asking is, you're going to possibly pass and adopt these rules today, but we have nothing to look at to say what those rules are. Just like that form to fill out. All I saw was one spot where you could put in who the chief executive officer is. What's the rest of it look like? We don't know. If you're going to set up a deal that says we have a Fit for Duty, psychological or medical, okay, what does that look like? Same here. If you're going to set these minimum standards, even for that report that we have to fill out between January and March, what does that form look like? What does that process look like? I feel personally, I'm a visual learner. If I see it, I get it. I think some of the rumors that you talked about earlier and thought processes on they're trying to make it do this or do that, some of that comes from our lack of knowledge of what that's going to look like. We don't know what it's going to look like. The commission doesn't know what it's going to look like yet. I would like to be able to help with that, and I'm volunteering it right here in front of everybody. Because one size doesn't fit all. There's going to be a lot of twists and turns in this, just like the Fit for Duty one was. We had lots of discussions. I think those discussions need to continue. And I know Sunset put you under guidelines, and I get that. I was one of the people that they came and interviewed. And I think I twisted their ears just a little more than they wanted it. But only because I care. I've been doing this since '85. I've buried 4 police officers that I worked with in my career. I don't ever want to bury another one. And if I don't help, I'm part of the problem. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'll make it as short as I can. I am Constable Carlos Lopez. I am the Travis County Constable here in Austin. I'm here to speak on item number 7, specifically the report 21116F. I'm currently the second vice president for the Justice of the Peace and Constables Association of Texas, and also the chair of the legislative committee. The Justice of the Peace and Constables Association are the largest organization with the most elected officials in the state of Texas, with over 2,000 members, and I'm here to represent them. So, just be clear, we're on the same path. We're on the same goal as what we're trying to achieve here. You know, increase professionalism, increase safety, make sure they have equipment to fulfill their duties and all of that. There's no question about that. We are on the same path, and we're going to do what we can to help you, help us in that respect. However, you know, we are getting, like the sheriffs, we're getting calls, or I'm getting calls from constables around the state concerned with this. Even some treasurers are calling me concerned with this. And I said, well, we'll see how all this pans out. But just a couple of examples. One is we're a small county. We don't have the fines and fees, and we don't have the budget to be able to furnish the equipment or the necessary items for the constables. And quite frankly, as I said, my commissioners just won't do it. They're not going to approve it. Even if you're mandated, you know, they're not going to approve it. Okay, we're a larger county, and we can't even get the ballistic vests that are expired replaced. And I know I've heard some discussion on, well, you can file for a grant, but I know folks have filed for grants and they haven't been very successful. And those small counties that don't even know how to file a grant, their counties won't even help them file a grant. So there's a lot of issues out there regarding getting this equipment, especially the vehicles. I'm hoping that we can address the vehicles because that is going to be very costly for everyone. But here's the thing, there's no, as far as I know, that there's no consequence for the county for not providing whatever it is that the officers need. But there is for the deputy or the sheriff. So how fair is that? So here's our everyone's struggling. We get that, and sheriffs are, and we agree with that. But good Lord, constables, I mean, we have been in constant contact with constables. We've made progress throughout the years. We got, folks coming from PDs, from the sheriffs and all that. So the professionalism has increased, but the budget has not in those small counties. And over 60% of our constables in the state of Texas are one-man, if not two-man office. So those are really hard for them to obtain their budget. So we agree with the Sheriff's Association that that the commission, here's a part of the deactivation, that the commission should not or may not even have I'm not a lawyer, but may not have the authority to essentially deactivate or suspend the license for non-compliance for failure to file in a report or non-compliance, and essentially prevent a constitutional elected officer like the sheriff, the constable, the DA, and the county attorney from fulfilling their constitutional obligations, without effective due process. So what we are doing is, and I get the, what they were trying to achieve, and that is there was no exception. They were all law enforcement that needed to follow the rules. But I believe what the direction was is to create administrative rules, right? But I would submit to you, and I'm not a lawyer, but I would submit to you that administrative rules do not supersede Constitution of Texas. So Again, what we recommend is this, and y'all gonna do what you're gonna do, I get it. But we recommend that you add an amendment to 21116F and provide an exception to a chief administrator under Article 5 of the Texas Constitution, such as a constable, sheriff, DA, county attorney. And I think that would probably help a lot of the constables' stress and that they're going to be removed. I know there's process and due process or whatever there is, but if there is due process, you better have a courtroom, available for a lot of people that are not going to be able to comply with what the demands are. Thank you all so much for your time. That's really all I have to say.
Anyone have any questions?
I think, I just want to point out that the recommendations from staff have been for that or B.3.F is to only require those vehicles for agencies created starting June 1st of this year. So everyone who's already in existence will be, not have an effect on that. And then also recommend to remove the last two sentences of section F, so it doesn't have any of the suspension language in there.
That's correct. So there's no suspension language in there for
non-compliance?
For non-compliance? Okay. Because I understand that takes care of the vehicle stuff, but it doesn't take care of the rest of the equipment and all that's needed. It really doesn't. And so you may have some folks that are not going to be in compliant because of that. And that's not really their fault, and it's not fair to those officers. Okay. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone else like to? Yes, sir.
Nathan Johnson, Real County Sheriff, and I really appreciate the opportunity to address the commission and talk about some of the things that we've, kind of had some conflict with just on its face. But obviously, with just the last comment that happened here, we articulated that you've addressed the two biggest concerns that were right off, the impression that we had that an office would be invalidated, and then also the vehicles. That's just stood right out as a big thing. But a couple of things I'd like to just throw out just for your consideration and understanding, and so that we as people that are tasked as the head of our agencies by the communities that elected us or place us in authority to do the right thing and to follow through with what needs to be done. On the list of stuff that you guys have articulated, all of which are really good things. Like the sheriff said, I'm about to start my third term. When I came to Real County, and I'm not just a little sheriff, I'm a teeny sheriff. So I'm a teeny sheriff. When I came, it was me and 3 deputies, and no firearms were provided, no raincoats were provided, no handheld radios were provided, no body armor was provided, none of that stuff was provided. We've worked with our commissioners and our county judge and people in our community with donations and everything else to try to get to that level, because I felt like that's just where we needed to be. And we got private donations for our vests, etc., which is very important. SB 22 is going to be a game changer for little folks like me. I mean, that's where that funding can come in and really help you. But there's other issues, for instance, on the list, and my constable provides his own vehicle. He doesn't have a cell phone. Our sheriff's office provides, some of our guys with cell phones. But in our area, and I go out further west than I do, cell phones don't even work. So in this list, I'd have to hand my guy a cell phone and say, it doesn't work, but TCOLE says you have to have it. So here it is, throw it in the glove box. So I'd like for your consideration just to consider a couple things to address the vest situation, because obviously we want vests that work. We don't want to put vests on the people that don't work, but if we had something that stated to have or have available, so for instance, the county wouldn't have to necessarily purchase a cell phone if the officer already had his own cell phone, or if he was willing to purchase it. So it's available to him. It's just not necessarily the county has to purchase it. And same with the firearm, the whole list. If we could just add in there that little bit of language, because words matter. And rather than say, you have to buy it, and my county judge and my commissioners, have a heart attack, it's to say, we really think you should buy it, but as long as it's available, then we can make that work. Because even with, prior to us having cell phones, we had a business owner that had a general plan, and he provided our officers with cell phones. They were on his plan. He paid for it. So it wasn't us doing it, and we have since moved on to that. But to have it or to make it available, just that little bitty change might be something that was helpful. And then we talked about, and I think the chief talked about the fact that if we don't comply, you know, obviously you're not going to do invalidate the agency, but what do we tell our judge? What do we tell our commissioners? Hey, if we don't comply with this, this is what can happen. So we need some clarity from that to come back in, maybe some writing from TCOLE that says, hey, we're going to try to help you get there. This is the new rules. I can take to my judge and say, look, judge, if I don't do this, this is what they're going to do. You know, they're not going to invalidate me, but they're going to fine me. They're going to do whatever they're going to do. I don't know what they're going to do. Because right now you said, we're not going to invalidate you, but it's a secret as to what we're going to do to you. So I'd rather not have it be a secret. I'd rather just tell my commissioners right off what's going to happen if I don't do this. And then as far as, you know, again, firearms, cell phones, functional vests, et cetera, to be able to say that it's going to be provided to the officer. And I heard somebody say, you know, as long as there's one gun and one nightstick and one vest in the box and whoever's on duty gets it, I mean, that's an extreme scenario. But to say, you know, as long as it's available to our guys, that you're good to go. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions?
Again, that was the focus of the group. It doesn't say anywhere in here that anyone has to provide it. They just have to have it available to officers. Like you said, that's the exact wording that's in here, have physical resources available to officers. So if an officer has their own cell phone, agency doesn't have to provide them one. And in fact, officers don't have to have a cell phone if they have a radio. That was, the statute requires that they have to have effective communications equipment. So those officers who are on patrol, who are in functions where they need a radio, are required to have one, but every other officer who may come into contact with the public who doesn't have that has to have the option of a cell phone. But nowhere does it require the agency to provide it. It just has to be available to them. I think the wording he used is actually what's in the rule here.
Gee, I know we got another person want to come and talk. I just want to make sure, Chief, when we talk about our FSAs and the message that goes out, that what we're talking about here today is clear and consistent, right? When our FSAs are going to the sheriff's offices and going and they're talking about the interpretation that we're all sitting here talking about to make sure that we're all on the same page. So that's all I ask.
Absolutely, and in fact, we are already communicating it, but we meet Wednesday, I think, in an all-staff, and whatever comes from this meeting and whatever final approvals are, that'll be discussed, and then we'll reiterate that as time goes on, not only from the FSAs, but to Sheriff Smith's point, as we go out, I and the executive staff, as we go out across the state, there's a lot of education to be had, and so we'll make sure that it is a common TCOLE message as to what those are.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think too, I'm sure, Gretchen, that you'll be sharing a lot of the public comments. I don't want to lose sight of the fact of the reason. I think the legislature's reasoning behind this is ensuring that the men and women who choose to serve their communities in their state, I think the intent was to ensure that they had the tools that were reasonably necessary to do their jobs and to do the best we can to ensure that they have the tools to keep them safe. So please know that we will carry this information back to the legislature of what we're hearing. We all have a piece of this, folks. We all have a piece of it. And I know that you'll continue to have communication with your legislative representatives and bodies too of what we need to do that. And last night, unfortunately, was a sad example of what happens, of what can happen if we don't provide basic equipment for our folks. So, anyway, do we have anyone else who would like to speak? Yes.
Before we move on from this comment, I have a quick question for the legal team. So it's my understanding that, from what's been said, that this stuff doesn't have to be provided by the agency, could be provided by the officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'm curious about the handgun provision then. It's 3A. So at least one firearm per officer on duty provided by either the officer or the agency, but the rest of the language doesn't have that same caveat to it. So I could see the concern that that language indicates that the handgun can be provided by the officer or the agency, but everything else on the list without that caveat, it doesn't say who, and it doesn't go either way, but I think the implication would be that it's provided by one of those two people. Does that make sense? So
No,
perhaps for the commission, that's a proposed amendment.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and I certainly, I look at, and when we were discussing this, both as a staff and the advisory committee to some extent, is at the beginning of the provisions, it talks about available to the agency, and it doesn't specifically say, like, in the instance you just cited, it has that could be the agency or the officer provides the handgun. I think there's a couple ways that certainly that could be read, but I do think it's instructive that it speaks to make available to, I've got it right here, the physical resources available to officers, including. So I think reading those two together, and certainly through the discussion, I still land back, and staff lands back on the position that it doesn't specifically require the agencies to require this for everyone across the board.
I could also read it that way with kind of a funny other implication would be that, well, the firearm has to come from the officer or the agency. Anything else could come from the officer or the agency or a friend.
Sure.
You know? So I could read it either way, but
Commissioner Harvey, that probably is an artifact of this being written mostly by cops and not by lawyers. That is the one hot button topic. If they think the agency's going to tell me what gun I have to carry, and you're going to change that, that becomes a whole nother conversation.
Sure.
And so that was put in there for that specific purpose, to make it clear, because the statute actually reads standard duty firearms, and there was a lot of discussion about what that is, and are we going to say they have to carry one particular type of weapon? So we are trying to make it clear that that was not the requirement, that there's solely one type of weapon that would be determined by the agency. Agencies can do that if they want to, but that's not required by this rule.
Sure.
And so I think that was the intent of that language in that place.
And on to TJ's point, I agree. I think it was more of a point of emphasis to put agency or officer on that specific provision for the a good deal behind what the principles, what TJ stated.
Sure. Thank you.
I want to add that, when I started, probably Scott and probably Sheriff Smith started way before I did, but when I got in this business, I wanted to do it. I didn't care what it cost. I wanted to do this job. I was willing to pay for it all. Nowadays, it's different, and it's hard to find anybody. You're going to give them a gun, a rifle, shotgun, everything they need, and it's hard to get people to come. So it's a two-way street there. Anyway, that's all I had.
More public comment?
Chief?
Good afternoon. Gene Ellis, Executive Director of the Texas Police Chiefs Association. I want to start by complimenting the commission for the hiring of Greg Stevens. Chief Stevens has been just an outstanding advocate and friend, and he's been doing a great job of reaching out. You heard at the beginning, you all talked about it, reaching out across Texas, whether it's just a friendly face and showing up at things or having difficult conversations, as I appreciate each of you are willing to do too as we reach out to you. My particular comments from Texas Police Chief's standpoint deal with the annual report requirement on this, the beginning of it. I applaud the staff on a simplistic report. I think that helps. But I would suggest that that just be a one-time report to get the initial information that people are in compliance, to have it as a, for somebody to pencil whip annually. That should be something done during your audits if people are remaining in compliance rather than just another burden on agencies. Reminder that 62% of your agencies in this state are 10 or fewer officers, meaning the chief, sheriff, constable, whoever that is, has no administrative support. They have no admin assistant, secretary, or anybody else to do the work. So all the reports that they're already doing, just adding another one on top of them just to be able to check that off is burdensome. So I would encourage you to consider just making that the initial one time under Section F when you implement this, and then handle the continued compliance during your regular audits. And then with all the comments, my only other suggestion would be maybe this particular item might need a little bit longer comment period and discussion. You may choose to act today, but there seems to be quite a bit of discussion here. So that's respectfully our request. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any questions? Do we have anyone else that would like to speak to this policy? Okay. Any further discussion or comments from the commissioners?
So I guess as a matter of procedure here, Counselor, we have staff recommendations on 211 on the minimum standard draft. We can move forward with those. I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. John, would you clarify what those changes are, just so that we can?
Be glad to. Make sure I have everything here. Commissioners, let's look at 211.16 specifically. The first change would be to subsection F. And I'll rely on staff to correct me and in my amendments here, because I know we had a couple moves that we changed throughout. So let's look at subsection F. At least one motor vehicle owned and insured, as the current language says now, by the agency. The proposed change would say at least one motor vehicle owned and insured by an agency created on or after June 1st, 2024. Again, the addition would be added language created on or after June 1st, 2024. That would be to subsection F.
And that's B3F.
B3F, correct. Thank you, Aaron.
Because we have a change to F as well.
Next will be to subsection F. That will be at the very end. Aaron, you got the dates on that earlier, the January 1st through March dates. Could you read that for the commissioners, please, that proposed change?
Sure. All law enforcement agencies must complete and submit an annual report due between January 1st and March 1st of each year, documenting their continued compliance with the requirements of this rule. The rest of the rule would be stricken in F.
That's right. And the only other addition would be the effective dates for agencies not in existence on June 1st, 2024 is June 1st, 2024. The effective date of this rule for agencies already in existence on June 1st, 2024 is September 1st, 2025.
That's going to be under G, that part?
That would probably be new G. Yes, sir. It would be G.
Legal question in terms of substantial changes. Your interpretation or staff's interpretation on requirements for an additional 30-day posting.
I think an additional posting for the purposes of this being substantive changes, I think what this does, these amendments that we're speaking of, it actually reduces the regulatory footprint. As a result, I don't think it would be a substantive change with respect to that for extra posting time. However, as a policy and a transparency option, if you wanted to either repropose this rule with the amendments as if it were a substantive change for additional public comment on what you've heard today or solicit it for further public comment, you could do that as well. Or you could leave it as it is now with the understanding that these changes that were discussed today could happen. The last two options would leave it open for further public comment. Now, I guess my question to the commission is, if you wish to leave this open for further comment, we've got two ways we can get there. I think that would be the initial decision you have to make. Do we want further public comment based on the in-person public comment and what you heard as we went through the written comments earlier? If you want additional public comment, that's the threshold question. Or if you're satisfied with what you've received so far, and both in the in-person and what we've discussed, you can certainly proceed as it's written with the amendments. If you choose to amend according to staff's recommendation, you can proceed to the final adoption today.
And my initial reaction is I agree with you. Since we're not increasing the regulatory footprint, it's not substantial enough change. We have to. I think that would be at the pleasure of the rest of my fellow commissioners up here, whether or not we wanted to go down that route, adopt the changes, or should we, I guess that's the question on the table, adopt the changes, or should we make them, or send it back for additional time?
Well, if we adopt it today, it can be approached with amendments later as well. If we're giving more than a year now for it being enforced, we have plenty of time to amend it before then.
Absolutely, it can be amended between now and then, absolutely. Go through reproposal, final adoption, exact same process. That's correct.
That's at least a two-quarter process.
That's correct. And you
to get
also
that
have,
done.
I'm sorry, I mean, Commissioner Hester, you also have to think, though, if this goes into effect now, new agencies will be under the rule as it is before you today.
I think I'd be in favor of holding it at least one meeting. I mean, we got a lot of public comments submitted written. We had roughly 5 sheriffs and police chiefs show up today to talk about it a little bit. Obviously, we've been talking about it quite a bit, so I think that's something we should consider.
I think we should put it out for further comments with the changes.
Okay. Do you need a motion?
If we do put out for comment with the changes, we need to look at the dates, because the effective date will be before our next meeting to adopt it.
And that's fine. I think what we can do is certainly we could, for the purposes, I think if you don't want to repropose this and just leave it as is, but we could make a note on the website that these are the proposed changes that we'll consider at the next meeting, versus having to go through the reproposal process again, is what I'm getting at. I mean, we can certainly leave it out for more public comment, but.
Weren't we under a statutory obligation to meet a certain deadline?
Well, and my question is, some of the main issues we've heard was the inactivation. We have changed that. What I'm hearing right now is just the mandate that, again, we're required, or the requirements that, yes, we understand some of that stuff's going to be difficult, but I don't know, leaving it open still for a comment is going to change any of that for us. I mean, to be honest, it's just, I haven't heard anything that's, or for me, to open it to a public comment still.
I just think if some of our constituents see the changes, it might taste better to them. Once the word gets out, the actual intent.
But I think that's what we have you all for, is to educate the people on these changes. And they're going to be posted. They know what the changes are. But that, again, that's my opinion.
If I could, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to ask you a question.
Sure.
So out of all the public comments, if you could quantify them into kind of buckets, it was the vehicles and the money for that, the inactivation of constitutional offices, and then the just overreach. And I think you've addressed overreach with the actual laying out the statute again. I think we've addressed the inactivation by deleting those 2 sentences, which are still on the board. And then the other one, the vehicles, if we put an effective date, then we're only going to affect this on the new agencies anyhow. There's no one from those agencies that exist yet to provide public comment.
Existing people, it's just you.
Is that accurate?
I would agree with that, yes.
So if we've mostly, minus the stragglers, addressed the concerns that we've received over the last 60 days, I think, as Janet pointed out, Commissioner, that opening up for public comment again is kind of moot at this point, I believe.
Is there a way, just trying to think this through here, is on some of the outstanding issues that are still up for concern, because I do agree with the sheriff here, it would be nice to capture a study of our underfunded agencies, you know, that, I really appreciate y'all letting me know about the grant issues as well. That's something I got on my list to look into that some more. So I do think it's very important that we don't harm those communities that just don't have the means or funds. But at the same time, it is imperative, as the good sheriff said here, we set our officers up for success. Their lives are literally on the line when you're in the fight, when you're out there by yourself, backup's not coming for miles and miles away. I think it's important to relook at the lens of which we look at these policies and implement these policies. It is vital to the safety of the officers that I take very personally. We witnessed last night, as Presiding Officer Kim just mentioned, you know, we took those moments to reflect on those officers that we lost. You know, I've also had to bury friends, so I get that. It's not lost upon me. But it is also very important that we find a way to communicate with those elected officials out there the importance of funding, adequately funding your agencies. And that is a deeper conversation. I do think that implementing some of these will help facilitate that. My view on this is, for the established agencies already, could we create a separate timeline of events, push it out 2 years for them to be in compliance, 3 years for them to be in compliance, give them a runway, a window to have those deeper conversations with their local elected officials about getting funding, the importance of that. Because some of the stuff I think doesn't need to wait or should not wait. It's important it goes forward. We had a task committee made up of numerous relevant stakeholders that came to this. But on the points of contention, I do believe there could be some time to wait on this. I think on the annual report, could it be possible to create a section that helps us track and capture those agencies that are doing the
Commissioner, that's what we were just talking about. Cullen had brought up, and again, it's my intention for that annual report to be concise and to not be overburdensome, as Chief Ellis and I have talked about, but to look for a way to find underfunded or agencies that are having difficulty meeting the requirements because of funding. It would be a good opportunity, and it would take perhaps 1 or 2 questions. Again, if an agency is already meeting it, well, they wouldn't need to answer that question. But if an agency is struggling to meet the requirements because of funding, it would help to identify those agencies. So there's an opportunity to do that research that the sheriff, that Commissioner Griffiths had pointed out. Also, I think that, or I would want to point out, so there's that, that we certainly would not look towards a disciplinary action towards a chief administrator who's not able to meet requirements because of a funding issue. That's a clear issue that comes up, that we see, and that we certainly wouldn't, that would not be the path. We would take a supportive role whenever those kinds of issues arise.
So you bring up where I'm getting to with my proposed solution to my fellow commissioners up here to think about, and Mr. Beach, may need your expertise and help me get to where I'm getting with this. Can we create a subsection amendment that says that they have to have all these things? Can we do it? Or, unless an agency can submit documentation that they're an unfunded agency and lack the funding to provide the following items, that will help us be able to track which agencies are having issues with funding, help us buy the time that they need to get there, identify those issues for our state policymakers at the state level, let them know, hey, here's data, because I know a lot of our state policymakers want data. Should give them the data that we can collect to say, hey, we're implementing this. These following agencies cannot meet this. They will have the option of giving them a waiver for this year, make it a year-by-year waiver, that we can then review that documentation in-house, grant the waiver of an extension of compliance, whatever the right verbiage is for that. Is there a way we can create some language like that within this article today?
I mean, I think, well, I think there is, but I think you come to some point where you gotta, then, I mean, we are gonna be treating people that are coming in separately than people that are already in, right? But at some point, there has to be a finite deadline, right? And so my concern is by putting it in there, this just continues on with then we just create a staff problem of everybody turning in these documents.
And I have to agree on that. I was just thinking that the same.
Yeah, I think as an agency head, it would give me more ammo to be able to go and say I'm out of compliance versus having 3 years, 4 years, because I think that just gives that much more time to not fund.
Can we hold commissioners' courts liable?
Yeah.
Well, could we have staff come to the commissioner's court and say, we've evaluated these agencies, your agencies, these 3 in your jurisdiction are out of compliance because they don't have the funding for these things. And just as an information to them, that way they see the state agency coming down and actually being active.
I think there are alternatives, there are options towards that end, yes.
But if we delete these 2 sentences, we, as a rule, we don't have any administrative action against that agency or that elected official.
Not necessarily.
At this time.
At this time.
Right.
No, there are other avenues that we've begun to use, and I'll let maybe John would have more, or Aaron would be able to speak more towards the administrative penalties that we do have available to us that don't focus on the license holder necessarily, but more on the governmental entity. Now, again, I want to be cautious on saying what we will do or would do in certain circumstances, because every situation is individualized.
Correct.
You have some agencies and some counties or cities that are doing their best and trying to, and again, it's the conversation we had earlier. By and large, people want to voluntarily comply, and if they're doing that, they're trying, we're going to work with them, we're going to be very supportive, and we're going to be in a partnership with them. On those instances where an individual, a license holder, simply won't, well, there's tools in the administrative code that allows us to address that through discipline on licenses. They're rare, but they happen. There's also, I think, instances where a governmental entity simply says, as one of the sheriffs has pointed out, they just won't, that the county or sometimes the city just won't. Well, there's also tools in the administrative code that allows us to address those issues. And so case by case, we would look at those and we would address those issues as well.
I just feel that we do need to go ahead and move on and actually decide today, and then just have that window of proposed changes to address any other further questions. I feel that we did address a lot of the major issues that were presented today, and I believe we are in a timeline, but I'm also with the sheriff had the question, what are those implications going to be? And I'm glad you answered that, because we will be dealing with them on a case by case.
I think that a lot of what we're talking about is built in here. It's just not said specifically. And part of it is defining those problems, finding those agencies. And that was the goal of that annual report, right? To point us to those agencies so the FSAs can reach out to them. We can keep documentation on where the problem is. If it's a funding problem, we can identify those agencies, how many there are, how great the shortfall is. We can start to gather that information and look towards a solution. Like you said, we have till 9/1/25 before they even have to be in compliance. Let's get the information, start defining the problem now so we can work with them to solve that. And I think that's been the intent all along. The concern with waivers and other things is it's required by law. They have to have it. They didn't give us that option. But we can certainly figure out where the problem is and get more information. And that was the whole goal of that annual report portion is, And even the vehicle is, what is a sustainable budget? Now, if you're gonna stand up a new agency, you at least have to have a car and insurance. If that's too much, then you probably don't have a sustainable budget. We have $0 police agencies right now, and that's not functional. So we're trying to identify those existing problems and find solutions, and I think the tools are within this rule to allow us to move that direction.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion?
So, Madam Presiding Officer, this is just a question, I think I have a proposed amendment on top of the staff's recommendation, and I'm bad with procedure, so however that's best handled, I defer to you and our general counsel. But basically, I think the B3A, the provided by either the officer or the agency, I would strike that language, so it just says at least one firearm per officer on duty. And I think that covers the staff's thinking of, well, sometimes there's a mandate by the agency of what firearm qualifies and who provides it's fine. What I'm worried about is if we keep that language, is that it makes the rest of it's a little ambiguous of who has to provide it, and I think the default might be, the thinking might be the agency. And I would contrast that with B3G below as well, which says patrol vehicles owned, insured, and equipped by the agency. So what I'm trying to do, and my thinking is streamlining this, because right now we kind of have three different requirements in this bucket of things that are required. We have things that are owned, insured, and equipped. Owned kind of being the key word there is the agency definitely has to provide that vehicle if there's patrol functions, traffic enforcement, so on. Then we have this general stuff of, it doesn't say who has to provide it or not, and then we have one that says agency or officer. And I think if we're thinking, it's the officer or agency, but they can have a list of things, then taking out that language tracks it with the same things. Because for example, B3B, at least one lethal force weapon per officer on duty, I think the agency could still say, these are the types of lethal force weapons that you have to have. It's not without, the language of provided by either officer or the agency. I don't think it opens it up to only a restricted amount. So that would be my proposal, is just striking that.
Are you, just a question?
Yes.
Are you saying for new agencies, because right now the way it's written, agencies for current agencies, they don't have to be provided, the vehicle doesn't have to be provided by the agency. So in other words, I could say, hey, I'm willing to use my personal vehicle, but you have to insure me.
Right. No. What I mean is.
So are you saying for future agencies?
No. So just whatever. I would keep everything the same except B3A, striking that provided by either the officer or the agency. I was just contrasting it with subsection G below, where it is owned, because I see these requirements as three different kind of standards. There's an ownership requirement, so obviously the agency, if there's the traffic enforcement functions, responding for services, they're providing that vehicle. I think that's clear from this. If you're going to do those duties, you have to have a vehicle. If you're an agency who doesn't do these vehicles or do these services, then you kind of go to the other vehicle provision that does not require ownership.
Okay.
And then you have A, which has kind of a caveated language of provided by either the officer or the agency. And then you have like B, for instance, the less lethal force requirement that doesn't have the caveat. I think that caveat, I think it adds some unclarity to the provisions, and I would just strike that B3A from the comma to the agency. I would strike that language.
Does it?
Does that answer your question?
Does it? Yeah, that answers mine. Opinion?
I don't think it changes the intent of that group. Again, I think they did it just because there were particular concerns about firearms, but it was, as you said, it was intended to be clear that all these could be provided by the officer or the agency. And so if only putting in one place causes confusion, taking that out, I think clears that up. That's all you want to do is clean up the language to make it clear that if an officer has their own less lethal, that would count towards a requirement. If they have their own vest, that counts towards a requirement. If they have their own gun, that counts towards a requirement.
Yeah, I think it would just clear it up. Because if you're going to read A to say at least one firearm per officer on duty provided by either the officer or the agency, and then you're going to read B to effectively be the same thing with a less lethal weapon, then you're one.
That language and we'll be okay as far as how the rule's going to read. I will say that language, the comma all the way to agency, wasn't included originally, and that was like one of the last additions that we did because they wanted to specifically clarify on the firearm.
Well, Madam Chair, I make a motion to strike that language, B3A, from the comma to agency,
In addition to staff
in
recommendations.
addition to the staff recommendations.
Okay, are you making a larger motion that we adopt?
Just to that one section, right? Is that what you're doing?
No,
And I guess, yeah, I'll move that we adopt it as well, the rule.
Okay, the policy.
Excuse me for clarity, you're making a motion to adopt with the staff recommendations plus your recommendation for B3A, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do you need any clarification on the motion?
We've got two, keep in mind, commissioners, we have two different rules here. We can take them separately, though. 21116 is obviously the one with the amendments to it. You can do them together, 2111, or you can just do this separately as it is with Commissioner Harvey and staff's recommendations built in. It's up to you all. This one is too, this is the one we're working on right now.
Yes, but
we can do that separately. Yeah.
And
okay,
perhaps
let's go ahead and take 2111, which is definitions. So we have it really, really clean and it's very clear. Do we have a motion regarding the definitions 211.1?
I'll move that we accept 211.1 with any staff recommendations.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Who's the second on that?
So do we have a motion regarding 211.16?
Yes, Madam Presiding Officer, I move that we adopt 211.16 with the staff recommendations and my previous recommended amendment as well.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Sarah, do we have a?
I have a question, a procedural question. Do a motion to his motion to add one more amendment, is that possible or no? Or do we need to do it?
We'll need to retract it,
Okay.
and then we'll need to repropose it. So what is your suggestion?
We'll retract it and
Mine would be on 211.16, number 5, where it says, has law enforcement policies of the law enforcement agency or police department, including policies on the following. I propose making a subsection S since we've been talking about the importance of hearing a lot of stuff about equipment being expired or out of stuff, having a policy about defective or expired issued equipment. Just a policy, not what that policy is, but just that there's a policy on how to address what happens if you have that. Because as we talked about before, the importance of making sure our officers are set up for success. If we're just letting them go out there and have defective and expired equipment, knowing that those officers can be held liable if they use that expired or defective equipment, that is an issue as well. So I propose adding an S, just that there's a policy on defective or expired equipment.
So I'm going to say, I will let General Counsel come in. I think that would be a substantive change since we are actually making it more, we're asking something additional, we're asking of an additional policy. I think if we go down that route for this, my personal opinion is we would need to post that for 30 days and put it out. Because there's no way, there's no way that passes muster.
No.
I'll pull my motion. I'll pull my motion.
There would be an additional burden that does not exist in the rule right now.
Yes.
I'll pull my motion.
And Madam Chair, I'll remove my motion that we adopt section 211.16 with staff's recommendation and my proposed amendment as well.
And I second that.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. We're going to do a roll call vote on this one. Bottom up, please.
Would you like from the top up or?
Bottom up, please. Thank you.
Commissioner Justin West.
Aye.
Commissioner Connor Harvey.
Aye.
Commissioner Justin Berry.
Aye.
Commissioner Mario Liscano.
Aye.
Commissioner Michael Griffiths.
Aye.
Commissioner Jana Adkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Patricia Burris. Commissioner Jason Hester.
Aye.
Commissioner Kim Lamo.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, ma'am. And we are going to take another short break. Again, if we can limit it to 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you. Okay, please note that we're back in session. And we will finish with examination of licensee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next model policy for your consideration, and along with the corresponding rule, let me get caught up here myself, is the medical and psychological examination of a licensee model policy. Also consider that with rule for final adoption 217.9, refusal by a licensee to submit to medical or psychological examination. The scope of the statutory authority for this particular model policy and corresponding rule is a model policy prescribing standards and procedures for the medical and psychological examination of new licensees, existing licensees, or those whose employing agency has reason to believe that a new examination is necessary. I will turn it over to Aaron Heath, Assistant General Counsel, and he will walk you through an overview of the model policy and the corresponding rule, and I'll read off the public comment after that. Aaron?
Okay, thank you. So the medical and psychological examination of a licensee model policy is to be effective or to be adopted by September 1st of 2024. And going into what's in the model policy here, there are some common indicators that would suggest that a fitness for duty examination should be sought. There's some information as to when to report another member of your agency, and then for the chief admins, when to request a fitness for duty examination. Fitness for duty examination is a formal, specialized examination of an incumbent member that results from objective evidence that the member may be unable to effectively perform a defined job function, and a reasonable basis for believing that the cause may be attributable to a medical or psychological condition or impairment. This model policy provides guidance for conducting the fitness for duty examination, and it has some of the procedures. The first examination is to be conducted by the officer's chosen practitioner. If necessary, a second examination is to be conducted by the agency's chosen practitioner. And if there is disagreement, this is not the right page. The final determination as to the officer's fitness shall be decided in accordance with applicable laws, provisions of collective bargaining, meet and confer, other agreements or policies. There are a couple notification requirements here. The agencies are required to notify TCOLE if an officer fails the requested examination or if the officer refuses to submit to the requested examination. Do you have any questions?
What did you say the date was on this one?
September 1st, 2024.
Is that for adoption, though?
For adoption.
And we had some comments on this one. Did we walk through those comments?
Yeah. He'll lay out the rule as well, Commissioner Hester, then we'll go through all the comments.
And I thought we'd do the comments, or do you want to do the rule first?
Go ahead and do, yeah, we'll do the model policy, you're right. Are you done laying out the policy?
Done with the policy, unless there are questions.
Fantastic. Commissioners, for your consideration, I'll lay out the comments for the model policy, and then we will lay out the rule that corresponds with it, and we'll give you the public comments for those. First, let's start from the Westlake Hills Police Department, Chief Scott Gerdes. That's on page 41 of your public comment packet. Who pays for the fitness for duty examination conducted by the non-sworn personnel or officer's chosen practitioner. On model policies section or paragraph, section 7.1 and 8.1 or paragraphs. The model policy does not prescribe who pays for the examination. And this was in addition to Deputy Chief Kyle Talaferro from the Allen Police Department asked the same question, same response. The model policy does not prescribe who pays for the examination. Also from Deputy Chief Taliaferro, question, does an officer have to report an officer appointed with another agency as potentially unfit for duty? This is under section 2.2. It refers to another member of the officer's agency when stating another agency member, and it's referring to another member of the same agency and not to a member of another agency. So simply put, another agency member refers to that agency. Question: why does the officer get to choose their practitioner for the initial fitness for duty examination under Section 8.1? Answer: the advisory committee decided to follow the established procedure already in place for civil service agencies, which is contained in Texas Local Government Code, Section 143.081. Question, again from Deputy Chief Taliaferro: who can perform a fitness for duty examination? Staff response: a medical fitness for duty exam must be performed by a physician licensed by the Texas Medical Board, and a psychologist fitness for duty examination must be performed by a psychologist licensed by the Texas Board Examiners of Psychologists, or a psychiatrist licensed by the Texas Medical Board and certified by the American Board of Psychiatry and Neurology. You can reference Texas Admin Code 211.1, A29, 217B11, hiring procedures, model policies, and the model policy for examination of a licensee, Section 10.1. Question: is a practitioner required to follow the 2018 Psychological Fitness for Duty Evaluation Guidelines from the IACP? Staff response: Model Policy Section 10.2 suggests that the range of methods and data sources used by the practitioner can vary, but such suggestions and further information can be found in these guidelines. Question: when an agency notifies TCOLE that a licensee failed a fitness for duty exam, would this be a release of HIPAA-protected information? Texas staff response: Section 1701, 167A3 requires an agency to notify TCOLE when a licensee fails a fitness for duty examination. Question: what would a grievance policy look like under Model Policy Section 11.1? Staff response: agencies have discretion to create their own standards and practices related to grievances. Allen Police Department Chief Steve Dye. Question: regarding Section 2.2, how will our officers evaluate the ability of officers from another agency? As we stated earlier, the phrase, quote, another agency member, unquote, is referring to another member of the same agency and not to a member in another agency. Suggestion from Chief Dye: regarding policy section 8.1, it will be difficult to verify the credentials of the officer's chosen practitioner. The agency might have to send the officer for a second opinion to ensure accurate testing by a qualified practitioner. Staff response: the advisory committee took this scenario into account by giving the agency the opportunity to have a second opinion. A medical fitness for duty exam must be performed by the physicians or psychologist, as mentioned earlier, and also listed in Rule 211, 1A29, 217B 11 through 12, the hiring procedures model policy sections 5 through 6, and the model policy on examination of a licensee for section 10.1. Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport Department of Public Safety, Chief Redburn. Suggestion: under sections 7.1 and 8.1, allow employers to have the option of sending the licensee to the employer's practitioner first, or give agencies input in a licensee selection of a practitioner so that employers can reject practitioners who are not familiar with law enforcement. Staff response: the advisory committee decided to follow the established procedure already in place for civil service agencies contained in Local Government Code Section 143.01. The agency disagrees with the licensee's practitioner's report. The agency can send the licensee to the agency practitioner for a second examination. Those are the public comment as related to the model policy, and I do not believe we have any staff recommendations as to amending or changing based on that public comment.
Do we have anyone interested in speaking? Any comments or discussion amongst the commissioners? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the model policy on the medical and psychological examination of a licensee as is.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, and this is for proposed Rule 217.9, which we've titled Refusal by Licensee to Submit to Medical or Psychological Examination. As I said earlier, one of the requirements, this notification requirement, is that agencies are required to notify TCOLE if an officer refuses to submit to an examination. We created a small rule package here in order to deal with what happens once TCOLE receives that report. This is mainly laid out in the statute in 1701.167, and we just have some clarifying information in here. But after receiving a report of a refusal, the commission shall issue a show cause order requiring the licensee to show cause for the refusal at a contested case hearing before SOA. If the licensee did not have good cause to refuse, the commission shall issue an order suspending indefinitely or otherwise restricting the licensee's license until the licensee submits to the requested examination. If the licensee did have good cause to refuse, the commission shall issue an order withdrawing the request for the examination. We are recommending a change or an addition, and the information would be that the contested case hearing at SOA will be confidential. This was a recommendation by the General Counsel at the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
So that would be in,
I think we would put that in between C and D, maybe is the best spot, so that if we're working down in a chronological order, or maybe we can just add it to C.
I would say add it to C would probably be a better flow.
Yeah, we can just add it to the end of C.
Yeah, I agree.
I think we could, I want.
Renumerate one or two.
Yeah, and I think we can, I don't like to cross-reference to the statute, but I think 1701.067 subsection I relates, that's the specific provision we're talking about here, and I would like to read that into the comment. Records relating to a request or order of the commission or a hearing or examination conducted under this section, including, if applicable, the identity of the person notifying the commission that a license holder may not meet the standards required by the policy adopted by the model policy for the examination of licensees, are confidential and not subject to disclosure under Chapter 552 Government Code. That's the verbatim section. I think we can refer to it in the rule, and that would be sufficient. Often we don't put confidentiality provisions in the rules because it's the statute that makes things confidential, but I think according to the recommendation by SOA, it would be good to have it in there so people do understand that this is a confidential process.
But that's speaking to who filled out the form, not to the process itself, right?
I'd say that speaks to the process because it speaks to the records, hearing, the whole thing. The whole thing, yes, sir.
Okay.
I've got a quick question. I'm sure you've looked to it, but just to make sure it's because of open government and things like that, the confidentiality provision. So I know SOA recommended it, but are we sure that's fine in these contested case hearings?
It would be because if you think about the nature of this information, the statute refers to the commission, but after discussion with both the advisory committee and with the State Office of Administrative Hearings, they were comfortable with this going to the contested case forum versus coming to the commission for this type of hearing, because there is no way to square the circle to have a hearing before the commissioners, and keep it confidential. That's how we developed the process with the State Office of Administrative Hearings.
Right. No, I understand that. Just that we're allowed by, law or the it's available to have confidential contested case hearings, that there's not, you know, like an open, like there's the open courts provision of the Texas Constitution, that there's not some prohibition on having these confidential, whether we think it's good policy or not.
No, it's SOA. SOA has confidential hearings all the time for certain licensing agencies, depending on what it is.
Okay.
Specifically when, again, going back to the statute, it refers to the process and the hearings had by the, or a hearing or examination conducted under this section. So that's certainly the statutory authority to have that confidential hearing.
Thank you.
What section of the 1701?
1701, section 167, subsection I is in India.
That talks to the confidentiality.
Yes, sir.
And just a little more information, our agency already has confidential hearings at SOA.
Sure.
So for clarification, language is just going to refer back to 1701 rather than putting confidential in that section?
Correct.
Okay.
So I guess for the record, it would subsection C, so you guys can correct me here. The licensee may appear at the contested case hearing in person and by counsel and present evidence to justify the licensed refusal to submit to the requested examination. And then the new sentence would be, this hearing is subject to the provisions of 1701.167I. Do we need to get to that or just leave it at 167?
I would say 167I because we've got subsections going all the way to, there's a lot of subsections in that. So I think the particular specific site would be the best.
Okay. Is that acceptable? Okay. And we're in 217.9. All right. Madam Chair, I make a motion to adopt 217.9 with the changes adding section 1701.167I.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second.
Excuse
All
me,
those.
did we want to take potential public comment on this?
Oh,
section?
thank you so much for catching me on that. Thank you.
I thought we were done.
Do we have any public comment on this item? Okay.
I second the motion.
I think you're the third. Third. Yeah, there was a second motion.
Okay. We have a motion and we have a second. All those, and a third. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
And I'll turn this over to Aaron Heath so he can discuss the three related to examination of a licensee as it relates to school marshals. This was outside of the scope of the advisory board. However, to comport with the Sunset Bill and on TCOLE licensees, we had to include provisions for school marshals. Aaron, go ahead.
Okay. Basically, as John laid out, 167 requires that there be rules for the psychological examination of school marshals. And because they're not appointed by an agency, we couldn't do this through the model policies. So we've amended to 27.1 to clarify and make sure that the appointing entities, the ISDs, immediately report to the commission any indication, suspicion, or allegation that a school marshal is no longer psychologically fit. Then we've added new 227.4 and 227.6. 227.4 is the psychological fitness. We didn't have particular rules regarding the school marshals as we did with our other licensees. This just lays out the process that they have to do in order to become a school marshal, and then every 2 years upon their renewals, that they have to get their get their psychological fitness in their L3. And then we, as we did for the other licensees with the model policy, we essentially created a rule here that goes through the process for a fit-for-duty review. It's termed a fit-for-duty review because our rule has a definition already for that instead of a fitness-for-duty examination, as it is in the model policy. But we followed a similar procedure for the school marshals as we did in the model policy. Are there any questions?
Do we have any public comment regarding this item? Any discussion or questions from the commissioners?
Now, this does not go to TCOLE. This is just based on the executive director, the way I read it, right? If they want to, the final determination is decided by the ED, correct? Is that what I've read in here? They don't.
That's correct.
Yeah.
If it,
Okay.
so the first examination would be kind of similar to the model policy, similar to civil service. It would be the school marshal's chosen practitioner, and then the agency for a second exam, our chosen practitioner, and then if there's a conflict, the executive director will make the ultimate
Make the
determination.
decision. And then they do not have a 30-day SOA option, correct? Because they're not really a licensee.
I'm sorry, a 30-day option for,
They can't contest. They
Oh,
can't
appeal
refuse and do all that kind of stuff. Like a licensee that we were talking about.
that's correct. They don't have the option. Mhm.
And do we get the effective date on these, Aaron?
So the effective date will be June 1st, 2024 for this rule and the,
September 1st?
well, okay, September 1st.
Yes, sir.
And I'm sorry, I only clarify that because we have a lot of officers that are school marshals.
Sure.
And I don't want them to come back and go, well, hey, I have a right to refuse, and I want to make sure when I instruct them, they understand that.
So just to clarify the date, it says in both of these June 1st, you just said September 1st?
Correct. That was the previous language that we put in for a placeholder.
Okay.
Commissioner.
So that's for all, for 227.1, 4, and 6?
Yes, sir.
Okay. December what? Is that 31st? You saying December 31st?
September 1st.
Okay.
Any further discussion, questions?
I just have a question on the effective date for the school marshals. Should we put it in there effective, is there a reason why September 1st was chosen? Is there a reason for that?
It's to line up with the other medical and psychological examination, the model policy.
Okay.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we adopt the 227.1, 227.4, and 227.6 as amended, or do you need three separate ones?
Three separate.
Okay. I make a motion to adopt 227.1, appointing entity as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and 2 seconds. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Now we'll go to 227.4.
I make a
Oh, no.
oh, sorry.
227.4.
Oh,
He read all of them.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, I went
Okay, I'm
over all
sorry.
of them at the same time.
I did not cross them off on my list. My apologies.
That's what I thought to do with
Okay.
this three.
Let's vote on 227.4. Do we have a motion on 227.4?
Second.
I make a motion to adopt 227.4, demonstration of psychological fitness as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Do we have a motion for 227.6?
I make a motion to adopt amendment to Rule 227.6, fit for duty review as amended.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. Before we move to agenda item number 8, I want to, on behalf of the commissioners and TCOLE, thank everyone that was involved in developing the policy, all of the staff that served as liaisons and assisted with writing the policies and the rules. And I especially want to thank everyone who took the time to look at these and provided us with public comments. I have to tell you, I was blown away by some of the agencies and the specificity of their comments. They absolutely did a deep dive into the policies. They spent a lot of time reviewing them and provided us with so much invaluable information and comments, some great suggestions and thoughts and ideas. And thank you for taking the time. We heard you, and we very, very much appreciate you exercising your right to provide public comment. So thank you so very much. With that, we'll move to agenda item number 8, which is to discuss and take action on proposed amendments to existing TCOLE Rule 218.3, legislatively required continuing education for licensees related to the advanced law enforcement rapid response training or alert training. So, Director Grissom.
Commissioners, this is a new proposed rule, and the premise behind this is to better express the legislative intent of Senate Bill 1852, which was the bill requiring the 16 hours per training unit. The original intent was that all peace officers in the state of Texas consume alert level 1 training. That was made very clear. And so the language being added in this states all peace officers shall complete alert level 1 training not later than August 31st, 2027. It goes on to say training for all chief administrators and their designated senior level peace officers shall include alert, command, and leadership training, each training unit. And that's agreed upon language among several constituent groups that were involved in that.
Thank you. Can I make a recommendation on this? To add at the beginning of it, all peace officers who are employed as of August 27th, because the way it reads to me is that if I get hired on August 1st of 2029, I don't meet this rule because I have to have had the training 2 years before I was appointed.
This would cover current licensees. If you join the business, you will get it in basic. The alert level 1 has been added to the basic peace officer course. It's also been added to the other incoming streams for licensure. The original, the bill required that alert level 1 be consumed prior to licensure from that date forward. Okay. So the reason for the language here is those who have active licenses now are required to do it. Those who will gain an active license in the future, it's a basic requirement to get to the license.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so similar question. I think you answered it, but just to be clear, I'm fresh out of the academy and I'm hired, instead of 2029, say it's, May 5th of 2027, and there's a 3-month window to get it, but I'm covered because it's in that basic training unit, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for clarity, it's in the current BPOC, the 736 hour. It was an addition that came from last session. So that will capture going forward all new licensees.
My only question, and it'll probably just muddy the water, the intent here is to make sure you've had it at some point in your career. However, that's not what it reads like. It reads like you got to have it in this 2-year unit. But I just want to make sure, like, I don't know what we can do, if we can do anything any different to what it already is.
I think that's part of our education scheme, and that's part of what we're working on now, is to make sure we recognize everybody
I don't think we can write it to say that, right? But I just,
Well, I think we could, and correct me if I'm wrong, Counselor, I think we can make a public statement right now on record that if you've had alert level training 1 at any point in the past, that will suffice for meeting this requirement.
Yes, ma'am. And that's been our company line as we go to LEMIT and as we go, that's what we'll talk about at the training conference this year. So I think it incumbent upon us to do that education that we often talk about to make sure that people understand what the actual requirement is. That question has come up, Commissioner, and so we've been answering it, that as long as you can document that, and we're trying to get that word out both to chief administrators, training providers, and ultimately we'll be communicating with licensees.
Does that satisfy your concerns?
Could it say shall have completed?
yeah, I was going down that route too,
Alert level
Commissioner.
training by the date? Because shall complete sounds like you shall go do it, like you pointed out. But if it says shall have completed, then it's completed by that date.
Well, but what I understand, and there is a posting on your website, just to plug that the mandated training says specifically what you just said, that we're going to really try for them to get it done before 2025, but we're not, if I understand right, taking license action if they don't get it until 2027. So I think that for the rule, we're really not taking action until after August 31st, 2027, if they haven't gotten it.
Correct.
I just know how I always like, I mean, sometimes I'm that guy, right? Sometimes I'm that, well, show me in the rule, right? So I just want to make sure we got everything covered because.
No, understood, Commissioner Hester. And let's keep in mind too, at the big picture here, this is a proposed amendment. This is going to go get posted, and I don't think anything that's been discussed so far, if that language is necessary, would postpone the final adoption of this rule if you all choose to come back at the next commission meeting and make those changes.
So your request, the request from staff is to post for comment.
I think that's we're ready to go and comfortable with it, and certainly we'll keep in mind those suggested changes. But my understanding of the language is it was developed with I think we could post it and see what happens from there.
Okay. So we're not adopting this.
Correct. This is
post in the register.
Yes, sir.
So we're basically, like if I would like to make a motion that we.
Well, hold on, we can't make a motion yet, we need public comment.
Oh, sorry. But what we're doing is we're just proposing so we can go ahead and start our communication on it. So, okay, I'll wait till public comment before I make my motion.
Okay.
I have one more question for clarity as well. Is the Senate Bill 1852 doesn't require level 1. This is just above what the bill itself requires, just adding a little bit of extra, which isn't prohibited, but it's more than the minimum of the bill.
So this was a discussion that we had with the bill author regarding his legislative intent, and so we are clarifying that legislative intent in this rule.
Okay. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have public comment reference agenda item number 8?
The SME.
Good afternoon, Stan Standridge again. We have several architects behind this proposed language in this room, and so as you contemplate this, to speak directly to your question, yes, it is the legislator's intent that everybody have alert level 1 at any point in their career, to your question. With that said, I do want to sensitize everybody to the language about the designated senior level peace officers. That doesn't have a level of specificity on purpose because for every agency that is different. And so I just want to draw everybody's attention to the design language. It's chief administrators and their designated, meaning the chief administrators designate who their senior level peace officers. And to meet this need, we are standing up. When I say we, I stand with Alert. We are standing up additional command and leadership training. There's a pilot course under development right now. We have to be done by September. It's called AIM, Active Attack Incident Management. That is going to provide a perfect nexus for chief level executives and their seniors. So, any questions? Thank you.
Oh.
Sheriff Johnson, Rio County again. So I just want to make sure I understand. It says all peace officers shall complete the Alert Level 1 training not later than August 31st, 2027. And then it goes into training for all chief administrators. That's in addition to that. Is that correct? So like your sheriffs, your constables, your chiefs of police all have to either, if they've never had the original one, they have to get that. And in addition, they also have to get the command school. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure, because that was some questions from some of us way out in West Texas that when we started looking for that, and I was glad that Chief Stambridge stated that, because we were looking for the admin level stuff, and it was only going to be put on by TEACs, and in certain, when we first started looking at that, in certain areas, and it's going to be difficult for us. So is there intention to be putting it on statewide in areas, or are we all going to have to go to Austin or San Marcos? Do we know that? I mean, how are we going to get this for the rural West Texas guys?
Well, I'm sure he's coming down, but I would like to say that I would hope that maybe the Sheriff's Association Conference or something might want to put that on for all the sheriffs as a good training class, but I'll let Chief Standards.
But it's just to that point, I mean, the Sheriff's Conference is only about 3 or 4 days long, and if this is a 16 or 20 hour course, that's going to eat up that whole conference. We're going to have it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Alert is currently working with the Sheriff's Association in Texas, and we have offered 6 regional across the state of Texas 8-hour sessions that are specific to the command and leadership training. Additionally, we have some additional funds so that we can do a few one-offs, and so I work directly with Skylar Hearn. We have already completed the first one down in the valley, and we have another one coming to Amarillo. And so my encouragement to the sheriffs would be, if you want to host one of those 6, then to work with Skylar Hearn. But to directly answer his, we are trying to bring this all across Texas. As it relates to Texas police chiefs, elected constables, their training, they'll receive this via LEMIT. It's already offered.
All right, well, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
So I guess I know what the bill says, and I've heard the arguments about legislative intent, and TCOLE has an authority to regulate the profession and to propose these things, but there's nothing, without using the word legislative intent, there's nothing that prohibits us from adding this extra regulation on top of the minimum. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. And to speak to the sheriff's point, all peace officers, regardless of rank, must have Alert Level 1 completed by the end of the training cycle in 2027. Each training cycle, all peace officers must have 16 hours of alert training. So just because if I had Alert Level 1 10 years ago, I've satisfied one piece of the requirement, but I still have to have 16 hours this training cycle, and I still have to have 16 hours next training cycle.
That'd be training unit.
Training unit, correct.
Yeah.
As a chief administrator, part of that 16 hours has to be related to, I want to make sure I have the language correct, command and leadership training. So, anyway, any other public comment? Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the proposed amendment to existing TCOLE Rule 2218.3.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes. So John, would you explain the process, on the ongoing process with this?
Certainly. Madam Chair, Commissioners, what will happen next is the rule that you just proposed will go to the Texas Register. It will be open for public comment. We will keep it open. It should be posted within the next few weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, a very short time period. And you'll get an opportunity, just as all the other model policies and rules associated with those, as you saw today, as we work through all of those. The licensed community and the public will have an opportunity to submit any public comment they may have until our next commission meeting, and then we'll have that ready for you all to consider on whether to finally adopt the rule as proposed or not.
We'll move to agenda item number 9, which is discuss and take action on proposed new TCOLE Rule 211.24, licensee service report database related to statutory exclusion of officer information and the retention of user activity from the database.
Aaron?
Yep. As part of Senate Bill 1445, TCOLE is required to create a public-facing database for the service reports of licensees. Section 1701.205 requires rules for the exclusion of the service reports of certain officers from the public database. And these certain officers are undercover or involved in an active sensitive operation, and the disclosure of the licensee service report would create a safety risk for them. Either the appointed officer or a law enforcement agency employing the officer may request on a form prescribed by the commission that the licensee service report of the officer be excluded from the public database. We also added some language about the user activity that TCOLE is required to track, and that's going to be maintained for a minimum of 3 years from creation. And just a little note, the statute says a personal service report, but we're going to call it a licensee service report to relieve any anxiety that personal information is included in this service report. Any questions?
Any questions for staff? Any public comment?
I have a question. So, is this the way to get someone excluded, right? So I'm you know, the common thing is going to be the undercover guys, officers. Is this electronically done, manual? Can we make it some other way easier, maybe? Or at least put it on your list. I know you got a long list, right? Because for everything we ask you to do, everything gets pushed down. Maybe at some point we can get there.
Phase 1 of the public license lookup, or yet to be named system, does not include an electronic submission of exclusion to the database, but that can be looked at as a future phase of the project. At the moment, the decision was made to handle those manually.
So we turn one in for our folks. That means it's additional workload on staff. To intake that, I mean, I don't know what the number is going to be, but then you're going to have to manually exclude them and then keep track of that, putting that back on, turn that on and off.
I think one thing, Commissioner, that we were looking at too as we go into that, and again, there's two sides of this. One, this is one of the short fuse items that we have to get done. We have to have the public license lookup up and running quickly. And just to get it up and get it going. We looked at that, and then we have a lot of other things that we're doing as well. So we'll come back around to look at perfecting this once it's up and running under statute. And as Colin pointed out too, I think there's probably a value judgment that would need to be made when we get those to determine, okay, well, is this a bona fide situation where this should be excluded or not? So that's sort of yet to look at, but our initial concern right now, we have to get this up and running because this is the shortest fuse item that we have to get done. There are some concerns and issue. I think there's an education piece to this as well that that we want to make sure that we're out and discussing with chief administrators as well as officers that the exclusion itself could be very identifying. And so it's almost by the deductive reasoning, it can easily identify someone who the agency or the officer doesn't want identified. So we want to make sure that we do that. And if I guess we thought in our discussions, if we made it immediately electronically capable, it almost is defeating of the very purpose of trying to keep a particular officer's true identity hidden. So the best thing to do right away, get it up and running, and then if agencies need to keep someone's name out of it, we'll do that manually while we're working on these other things we need to get up and running. We'll come back and revisit it and see how the best way to do that is, certainly after we've had a good chance to do a lot of education on this side.
Perfect. And then, again, just to point out, we're asking for this to get published for public comment. So there's, we're in step one.
I'll be eager to see some of the public comments that we do get back in on this. And certainly once this is up and running, we have the ability, if there's a situation where an agency feels like an officer's in danger or something, we can quickly handle that and pull their name out.
I don't have anything else, Madam Chair.
Okay, any further discussions or questions? Do we have a motion?
I make a motion, we adopt Rule 211.24 for publication in the Texas Register.
I second it.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Anyone opposed, same sign. Okay, motion passes. I'm going to skip over 10 for a moment and go to 11, which is to receive public comment on any topic with the understanding that we are unable to take any action. Okay. We are going to take a short break, and then we will come back and finish the rest of the agenda. Okay, if you will note that we are now back in session, we are going to move to agenda item number 10, which is discuss and take actions on proceedings for revocation, suspension, and other disciplinary actions. And we will turn this over to Assistant General Counsel Jenny Hilbig.
So the first is default suspension orders. These are petitions that were sent to the appropriate address and were not responded to in a timely manner. The first one is Joe Houghton. Made, submitted, or caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on a licensee prior to appointment with the agency, and we're recommending a 30-day suspension. Next is Nathaniel Jimenez. This one we're skipping due to service issues. And those are the default suspension orders for your consideration.
Madam Chair, question. Oh, this is from 22. That's why we're going with the 30-day. I'm just curious on the 30-day, but I got you. Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the default suspension order for Joe Houghton for a 30-day suspension.
And you want the second one?
No, they're passing on it
Oh, I'm
because of
sorry,
service
I
issues.
missed that, I'm sorry. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Next, we have the default revocation orders. We will be skipping Wesley Gentry as we received an answer for his. And then Leonard Mitchell, his delivery of drug paraphernalia, an offense directly related to the duties and responsibilities of the office held by the licensee. We are recommending revocation. Roy Willard, official oppression, an offense directly related to the duties and responsibilities of the office held by the licensee. And we are also recommending revocation. And those are the petitions, again, they're default, so they were sent out to the appropriate addresses and were not responded to in a timely manner. And those revocation orders are for your consideration.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the default revocation order for Leonard Mitchell and Roy Willard.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Next is the agreed suspension waivers. These are cases where a petition was sent to the respondents with an agreed waiver attached. The respondents ultimately signed the agreed waiver, which means that the licensee agreed to the executive director's recommended disciplinary action and contingent on the commission's issuing a corresponding agreed order. Justin Cowart, an agency audit was conducted identifying multiple and repeat deficiencies. The respondent failed to timely correct the deficiencies. Additionally, he made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation forms with TCOLE indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on 6 licensees prior to their appointment with the agency. We sought a 90-day suspension. The respondent signed the suspension waiver conditionally accepting the 90-day suspension. We recommend acceptance of that 90-day suspension. For Jose Doria Jr., he made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed false or untruthful background confirmation forms to TCOLE indicating a proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on 3 licensees prior to their appointment with the agency. We sought a 30-day suspension. Respondent signed the suspension waiver conditionally accepting the 30-day suspension, and we recommend acceptance of that 30-day suspension. Antonio Flores made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE indicating proper pre-employment background investigations were conducted on 3 licensees, and we sought 90-day suspension. The respondent signed that suspension waiver, conditionally accepting that 90-day suspension. We are recommending acceptance of that 90-day suspension. For Gregory Jones, made, submitted, caused to be submitted, or filed a false or untruthful background confirmation form to TCOLE indicating proper pre-employment background investigation was conducted on a licensee prior to their appointment with the agency. We sought a 30-day suspension. The respondent signed the suspension waiver, and we recommend acceptance of the respondent's agreed 30-day suspension. These agreed suspension waivers are for your consideration.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed suspension waivers for Justin Cowart, Jose Doria Jr., Antonio Flores III, and Gregory Jones.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Next, we have the agreed orders of suspension. These are cases where a petition was sent to the respondent. The respondent answered the petition and requested a hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Prior to that hearing, respondent appeared for an informal conference before agency staff. So Christopher McCaslin, it was for obstructing a highway or other passageway, a Class B misdemeanor. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 6 months, followed by a probated suspension for 9 years and 6 months. During the conference with agency staff for all of these cases, we received mitigating evidence, and the informal conference committee recommended a modified term of suspension or conditions of probation to the executive director. The modified terms and conditions of probation, which were accepted by the executive director, were formally offered to the respondents in an agreed order. These respondents signed the agreed waivers, conditionally accepting these agreed orders. So the respondent has agreed to the executive director's modified terms contingent upon the commission's acceptance of these agreed orders. I'm sorry, I read that, but I can't remember if I stated his probated suspension of 9 years and 6 months.
You did.
Suspended
You got
9
McCaslin.
I did,
Yeah,
okay.
you did.
The next one is Anthony Motley, driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 2 years, beginning on the date of his discharge from court-ordered community supervision, followed by a probated suspension of 8 years. Wesley Russell, driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 1 year and 6 months, beginning on the date of his discharge from court-ordered community supervision, followed by a probated suspension of 8 years and 6 months. John Spencer, driving while intoxicated, a Class B misdemeanor. We recommend acceptance of the agreed order suspending respondent's license for 2 years, beginning on the date of his discharge from court-ordered community supervision, followed by a probated suspension of 8 years. These agreed orders of suspension are for your consideration.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the agreed orders of suspension for Christopher McCaslin, Anthony Motley, Wesley Russell, and John Spencer.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Okay, and now we have agreed administrative penalties waiver. In this case, the action was taken on an agency, as the chief administrator was not a licensee. Penalties were assessed by a petition. The respondent agency signed the agreed waiver, agreeing to the penalties contingent on the commission's acceptance and issuance of a corresponding agreed waiver order. An audit for Travis County Emergency Services District Number 1. The result of that audit was identified 4 deficiencies. The agency had 3 previous agency audits that also revealed deficiencies. Due to the continued audit deficiencies, we sought a $1,000 administrative penalty. The respondent signed the agreed waiver accepting to pay the $1,000 administrative penalty, and we recommend the acceptance of that administrative penalty. So this agreed administrative penalties waiver is for your consideration.
This one up on the list for audit in 24. Make a motion that we accept the agreed waiver for administrative penalties.
Second.
Sorry, for Travis County ESD 1. Get that in the record.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes.
Good afternoon. This is a proposal for decision issued by the State Office of Administrative Hearings for Robert Patterson. Respondent was convicted or placed on community supervision for attempted larceny of a firearm, which is equivalent to a Class A misdemeanor in Texas. The executive director determined that this was an offense above a Class B misdemeanor prior to licensure and sought cancellation. Respondent requested a SOA hearing. The administrative law judge at SOA issued a proposal for decision, finding that respondent is ineligible for licensure based on his criminal history and recommended that his license be canceled. The executive director recommends acceptance of the PFD and the cancellation of respondent's license. This proposal for decision is for your consideration.
So I have one comment just on this one. As I read the PFD, and I think it's important. You know, one of the findings was that one of the assertions was untruthfulness, I guess, on his form, and that that the form wasn't put into evidence before SOA. So I think it's just, you know, if I'm bringing a contract case, the first thing I put in is the contract. So I think, you know, going forward, we just gotta, whoever's in front of SOA, make sure to get that in as the very first thing, you know, exhibit number 1.
I believe the form was admitted as evidence. It was that the issue is that there wasn't any evidence put on to show that that PHS, I believe was the documented issue, was submitted to TCOLE. And our rule violation is submitting a false or untruthful report to TCOLE.
I see. Okay, my misunderstanding then.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions, comments?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to accept the proposal for decision to cancel the license of Robert Patterson.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, same sign.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. For your information only, we've had 8 statutory suspensions, 4 statutory revocations, 20 permanent surrenders of license, 1 term surrender, and 30 reprimands for administrative violations. These actions have already taken place by statute or operation of law, so no action is needed by you.
Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today and for being here for the entire meeting today. So appreciate it. Okay, we've already done agenda item number 11. Agenda items number 12 and 13 involve executive session. We will not be going into executive session today, so we'll move on to agenda item number 14.
Make a motion to adjourn.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion passes, and we are adjourned.